Erie Almshouse. What was the Almshouse, and what secrets does it hold? Let's find out, tonight on Project Algerine. In 1832, while negotiating the details for the Erie Canal extension, a stipulation in the law required that Erie County set aside 100 acres of land to erect an almshouse. The almshouse would house Erie's indigent citizens. It was often referred to as the home for the friendless, or the poorhouse farm. After many years of delays and development issues, in 1841 the almshouse was finally constructed. Located roughly 3.5 miles west of what was then the city limits. The building stood 4 stories tall, with a rear wing of 3 stories. The building was constructed of brick and had 3 towers, one in the center and one flanking each side. The men's and women's residences were separated on each side, and used the top 3 floors. The complex was massive, and designed to house 270 people. 135 males, and 135 females took up residence at the almshouse. The people who came to live at the almshouse had many different reasons that brought them there. Some were just penniless, aging, and poor, while many others had medical or psychiatric issues that may have brought them to the almshouse. All the residents' food was grown on site, grown by the residents themselves. The poorhouse farm, as it was known, was surprisingly efficient. Water was supplied to the almshouse by a pond on the northern end of the property. This pond sat directly next to the Erie Canal extension which too passed behind the property. It's this pond which may hold a true piece of Erie history to this day. Our researchers discovered that when the Erie Canal extension was abandoned in 1871, the canal lock that sat adjacent to the pond was disassembled, and by 1891 the blocks had been sunk deep into that pond. Most likely those blocks that made up the canal lock are still there today, just waiting to be recovered. Today, the pond has mostly dried up, but it's still there after all these years. But that's not the only secret still hiding on the property. Back inside the almshouse, the first floor was reserved for smoking and seating. Many card games were played by the residents. A small medical facility was set up on the 3rd floor. Many of the residents had no next of kin. With no one to retrieve the body, they were buried around the property for several decades. The practice of burying their dead around the almshouse went on until December 2, 1920, when a 72-year-old man became the 690th person to be laid to rest here at the property surrounding the almshouse. That's a new body in the ground, about once per month, for over 70 years. Due to an aging infrastructure and the need for a larger facility, the almshouse relocated in 1920 to a newer complex in Fairview. The original almshouse was left abandoned for several years before being demolished. The property was then forgotten and left vacant for 56 years. In 1976, the property was sold to a developer and slated to become an industrial park. A local newspaper journalist, covering the story, discovered an old map, with the abandoned makeshift cemetery marked on it. It was this story in the newspaper that got the authorities involved. The county would be responsible for relocating the bodies, and initially believed that they were only dealing with about 200. As the relocation efforts were underway, it was soon discovered that the number of bodies were much higher than initially thought. Some were buried under newly constructed roadways, utilities, and even nearby businesses. In September of 1977, a judge ruled it would be cost-prohibitive to remove the remaining 247 bodies that still laid underneath those roadways and businesses. The remains of 443 people, that were successfully recovered, were relocated to a cemetery in Fairview Township. The industrial site that sits on the original Almshouse property has been abandoned for several years. However, it was recently purchased by Amazon, and is slated to become a future distribution center. You've been watching the Erie Almshouse on Project Algerine. Turnpike. Let's take a look at this forgotten road to Erie's past, tonight, on Project Algerine. In chaos theory, there's a phenomenon whereby a minute localized change in a complex system can have large effects somewhere else. This is known as the butterfly effect. Erie is not immune to this theory, as our next story suggests. Our story begins about 100 miles south of Erie, deep inside the woods of the Allegheny Mountains, near Pittsburgh. In the early morning hours, a small group of fur traders are out for a hunt. They happen across a group of Native Americans, whom themselves are out hunting for food for their tribe. Tensions between the groups had already been high, ever since the signing of the Six Nations Treaty in 1789. The fur traders believed the men from the tribe were trespassing, and are about to break that treaty. The Native Americans were attacked. Two of the men from the tribe were severely wounded, and the food the men had already hunted was then taken by the fur traders. This made things difficult for the tribe to get through winter that year. In the spring of 1795, a small group of families were making their way north from the town of Carlisle, located in southeastern Pennsylvania. The groups were heading to farming lots they had purchased in Erie from the Pennsylvania Population Company. The families were required to travel through several areas still known to be hostile. Making their way to Erie was the family of Ralph Rutledge. Rutledge and his wife had 2 sons and 5 daughters. It's said that Rutledge's son Matthew was especially anxious about the relocation, and had to be reassured of his safety from his father. Rutledge and his family are just a few miles from town. They arrive in the area of West 14th and Peach Street. Suddenly, a group of Native Americans attack. The travelers band together, as the attack lasted several hours. It's said that Ralph Rutledge and his son Matthew were both scalped by Native Americans in that attack. Ralph died at the site, and Matthew died later at the fort, while being treated by a doctor. This attack was said to be a direct retaliation to the attack by the fur traders the previous year. It's interesting to note, in the 1909 book, The History of Erie County by John Miller, Miller theorized the murders happened around East 28th and Parade Street, but an investigation done in 1920, and again in 1986 appears to prove that theory is incorrect. The body of Ralph Rutledge is still buried in the area around here. The murders brought the attention of the need for safe travel routes. With the number of new immigrants growing larger each day, the need for established trade routes between towns and boroughs was in high demand. But it wasn't until that demand happened to be a specific mineral that was in short supply that the construction of a road of commerce was proposed. This new route to the south would help establish early trade in Erie. In 1809, a group of men including Thomas Forrester and Judah Colt realized that the old road leading south, which was constructed by the French almost 100 years earlier, was nearly impassable and not conducive to commerce. The group formed the Turnpike Company, out of the simple human necessity for salt. The salt would be mined in Salina, New York and then carried to Oswego, where it was loaded onto ships, and sent across Lake Ontario to Niagara, where it was carried over the falls to Buffalo, and again onto boats headed to Erie. After arriving in Erie, the salt was offloaded and carried by horse-drawn carts, down the Turnpike Road, to the town of Waterford, where it was loaded onto boats that were heading downriver, to Pittsburgh. The cost of the salt would increase the further it traveled. Buffalo to Erie was 87 cents per barrel. Storage here was 12 cents, and hauling from Erie to Waterford was $1.50 per barrel. Many of the drivers would earn extra money by bringing whiskey and tobacco with them on the return trip. The turnpike proved to be a very profitable business, but not much was spent maintaining the road. Certain sections of the turnpike required large wood planks to make the roads passable. This is why it's sometimes known as the Plank Road. Other sections of the turnpike had wide expansive fields. Long before the Erie Canal extension was constructed, and before the railroads that would eventually come through this area, this 16-mile stretch of roadway was the principal commercial artery to Erie's growing economy and just as important as its waterfront. Mail routes were established, and couriers brought in mail by horseback. A stagecoach company began offering services on the road. Commercial travel on the turnpike had begun. Everyone using the turnpike was required to pay a toll at each end, to either Robert Brown at the northern end, or to Martin Strong at the southern end. It becomes easier to understand why other businesses and shops would open near the terminus points of this once great roadway. The very end of the road turns true north for 1 block. This was because there was originally a small stream running through here. With the Waterford Turnpike up and running, the future looked bright for Erie. In 1849, John Tracy's company constructed a railroad, from the New York border, west to the terminus of the Turnpike at 14th and Peach Street. Next, another line from Ohio was laid to the Turnpike. A passenger station was constructed in 1865, and was serving 4 different railroads, with 52 passenger trains per day. With the influx of pedestrian foot traffic in the area, brought by the railroad, shops and restaurants popped up, to cater to the travelers. South of the station on Peach Street, the building lots were filling up fast. Once the railroads arrived here, the original need for the turnpike disappeared, but the road remained as sort of a symbol of commerce, and served as a gateway to downtown, to those arriving in Erie. The commercial building lots became increasingly popular, and the block filled up rapidly. Many locally owned family businesses were started here, and were passed down for generations. In 1888, the small stream between State Street and Turnpike is diverted and filled in. This provided space for more commercial structures. The Wilson House opened in March of that same year, and immediately became known as one of Erie's premier hotels. The Wilson House was built by Messrs. Construction Company, for John and Henry Knobloch. Not a single expense was spared. The kitchen and laundry were located in the basement. The first floor consisted of a dining room on the State Street side, and a bar on the Turnpike side. The bar top and icebox were made by the Johannesson Manufacturing Company. There were 7 bedrooms, 2 separate parlors, and a special reception room on the second floor. The third floor consisted of 14 large guest rooms. The Wilson House had 21 rooms in total. The furniture was purchased locally at Mr. Fran's establishment on State Street. Even the silverware was made locally. In 1909, the building lot that was directly south of the hotel was sold, and a new building was constructed. The Reliable Home Furnishings Company opened that summer to large crowds of people. The shop sold various housewares, such as ovens, carpets, and draperies. The area known as Turnpike Street thrived in downtown Erie for over 100 years. That was all about to change. By the 1920s, city planners had recommended a new train station for Erie. This new station would be built slightly north of the original station, and the plan would require the tracks to be raised, allowing for traffic to flow underneath. It was this part of the plan that severed Turnpike Street with Peach Street forever. This once great toll road of the past was beginning to disappear. In 1927, Union Station opened for business. It was designed by Alfred Fellheimer and Stuart Wagner. It was the first Art Deco railroad station constructed in the United States. The passenger platform at this station was a staggering 450 feet. In the days before dining cars, passengers would disembark at the station, and then walk down nearby Turnpike Street for a bite to eat at a restaurant. Another option for hungry passengers was a visit to the lunch counter within the station. The station also included a newsstand, a telegraph station, and a barber shop. Soon after opening, strange reports of ghosts appearing around the station began to occur. Most people attribute the ghostly sightings to Ralph Rutledge, whose body still remains buried on the property to this day. In 1955, after 67 years in operation, the Wilson House Hotel was torn down and replaced with a gas station. Paul Rader opened the Central Esso station on the site of the former hotel that following year. Nobody knew it at the time, but this was a sign of what was coming next. The automobile and the urban sprawl that happened after World War II caused a decline in train passengers almost overnight. More people were moving towards airplanes for their travel needs. Cutting off traffic to Turnpike Street was beginning to have the opposite effect. The foot traffic from the train station that was no longer there had an immediate effect and caused more decline in the area. Eventually, many of the buildings closed or became vacant. Some people no longer felt safe in that area. In the early 1970s, the area again went through another transformation, this time wiping out Turnpike Street almost entirely. Today, most of Turnpike Street has been replaced by the state's unemployment office. The entire area is almost completely unrecognizable from its former past. The role that this area played in the development of Erie is unquestionable, and with urban renewal projects becoming trendy again. It makes you wonder, what will this area be like in another 200 years? You've been watching Turnpike on Project Algerine. Devil's Backbone. Let's take a look at this bizarre event tonight on Project Algerine. Not all monsters are written about in books. Sometimes they hide among us and are only written about in old newspapers. Take for example, this story, dating back over 120 years. A story with a different kind of monster. This monster is about evil and the evil that men can do. This is a chronicle of how that evil managed to manifest itself into some of the most sacred places in our community. Sometimes, history is like a puzzle, where new pieces may come together over time. Each one of those pieces becomes part of Erie's folklore, which weaves itself into the community, and over time, usually develop into urban legends. Tonight, we will attempt to put a few of those pieces together. Again, you won't see this story in your local history books. In fact, there is some evidence that shows some of the events were intentionally not reported to authorities at that time. This is the long dark journey of George Lockman and his group of marauders, who brutally robbed and terrorized several local churches and clergymen around the turn of the last century. Join us as we explore Devil's Backbone. Our story begins in Cleveland, Ohio, way back in 1899. Small-time criminal George Lockman and two other men, known as Cracker Murphy and Rochester Jim, somehow come across a copy of an Erie newspaper. In this newspaper, Lockman notices an advertisement for a brewery in Erie, which appears to be thriving. The three men have decided to rob the Cascade Brewing Company. The men discuss the details of their plan on the way into town. They stash their horses in a nearby ravine and begin to make their way up Delaware Avenue. Suddenly, a local man exited the small church on the corner and was immediately confronted by Rochester Jim. Fearing the man would alert the authorities, he's forced to accompany them to the brewery. Once inside the brewery, they find a single man working on the second floor. He is immediately subdued by the men. Murphy locates the safe and blows off the door. The men cleared out the cash and vanished into the night. Both of the victims were left tied up on different floors of the brewery. One of the men eventually freed himself and was able to go for help. This was just the beginning of Lockman's reign of terror. Once the men made it back to Cleveland and began to split up their loot, Lockman realizes that the money and jewelry they took from the man leaving the church was significantly more than they got from the brewery job. He immediately hatches a plan to target the churches in Erie. Lockman and his men quickly saddle their horses and begin to head east. The first church they selected for their insidious agenda was located on West 21st and Sassafras Street. The men were very methodical and quiet. The crime went almost completely undetected until the following day. The men soon discovered that from time to time, many of the clergy would tend to have wealthy guests staying in their homes. The guests quickly became ripe targets for the gang, and the robberies became more brazen as time went on. That is, until Lockman gets his hands on some clergy attire, and takes things to an entirely new low. It's reported that he begins to rob people inside of the churches, while dressed as a nun. It's believed he enjoyed this part because he could just sit and wait, and let the people come to him, instead of the other way around. The robberies became more and more violent as time went on, sometimes happening in broad daylight. On the evening of May 19, 1901, Lockman and his gang of thieves pull off the robbery of Father Decker's home, located on Wallace Street. That evening, while Father Decker, the house mother, and a visiting guest all slept, Lockman and the men descend on the building. After entering the house on the second floor, and waking the house mother in the process, the men scurry to gather the rest of the occupants of the home. First, they wake up a house guest named Gretchen and escorted her to the living room. By this time, Father Decker wakes up due to hearing the commotion caused by the frightened house mother. He's forced into the living room where he is joined by the others, who have by now been bound and gagged. Father Decker is then forced at gunpoint to open the safe. The men reportedly made off with a little bit of cash, gold, and possibly a rare stamp collection. When they were finished, the men suddenly disappeared off into the night, much like phantoms, never to be seen again, or so they thought. Just 10 days later, while walking on State Street, Father Decker just happens to come face to face with two of the men who robbed him that night. The priest runs to the nearby police station for help, only to find it empty. When the police finally did respond, they were incorrectly dispatched to Father Decker's home on Wallace Street, instead of the marketplace on State Street, where they had been seen. On May 31, 1901, in the small borough of Gerrard, which is located a few miles west of Erie, the police foil a plan to sell some of the stolen items. At approximately 11 p.m. that night, Lockman was captured. He had been hiding in a nearby field. The terror, known as George Lockman, has come to an end. But that's not the end to the story. Lockman's luck had finally run out. He'd been captured, and was transferred to the jail in Erie. Upon arriving in Erie, he began to snitch on the rest of the gang. Lockman shared his cell with a small child, who had been locked up for a petty crime. He bragged about how his gang stole guns from Flickinger's store, and then took clothes from Wolf and Weinstock, that was located on Parade Street. Lockman also confessed to killing a man in Ohio, during a robbery of an illegally operating gambling facility. His plans to escape his jail cell in Erie were thwarted, when the little boy told the police about Lockman's escape plan, in exchange for his release. At the trial, things got pretty heated, at times. Lockman acted as his own defense counsel. The community was rightfully angry at this man, and wanted the prosecutor to throw the book at him. This is where Lockman's records become a bit fuzzy. It's believed that he died in a Kentucky prison, sometime around 1936. The police were unable to recover many of the stolen items. A rare book of stamps couldn't be fenced locally, and was most likely stashed. When the child was questioned whether or not Lockman had told him where they hid their stolen loot, the child told authorities that Lockman mentioned it was near a small ravine or hillside, where they would hide their horses when in town. He said the gang called the location Devil's Backbone. You've been watching Devil's Backbone on Project Algerine. The Ball Brewery. Let's take a look at this historic property, tonight, on Project Algerine. It's 1893, and Charles Ball has just opened his new brewery. He's built this brewery on his family's farm, just west of the city of Erie. The property borders West 8th Street to the north, Pittsburgh Avenue to the west, Delaware Avenue to the east, and extends south to West 16th Street. Today, this farm is home to much of the Manor subdivision, including parts of West 12th Street and the Lakewood Plaza. This state-of-the-art brewing facility was even outfitted with its own rail line. With the brewery having the ability of generating power by using the water from bordering Cascade Creek, the recipe for success seemed quite simple. The quality of the water in Cascade Creek became the key to the entire brewery's operation. It was known to be of the highest quality. Without much fanfare, in 1893 the West End Brewing Company began operations. It didn't take long before things around the brewery started going wrong. The first problem, as it became apparent early on, was that Charles Ball didn't know the first thing about brewing beer. The first couple of years were plagued with quality issues. Even after the first 2 years of operation, more money was going out than coming in. It appears that Charles had borrowed $25,000 from his mother, and owed yet another $500 to the estate of Morrow Lowry, who at the time owned the property just east of the Ball farm. When Charles began defaulting on his payments, the sheriff was sent in to collect. The brewery was allowed to reorganize, and in the process, the brewing license was transferred to a man named Clark Cole, who would operate the brewery under the name, the Cascade Brewing Company. By 1896, Clark Cole was running the brewery, and has managed to generate a small profit. People who mattered were starting to notice. Charles Ball, who was always attempting to capitalize on his parents' farm property, leased out the land just north of the brewery, to a newly formed organization, known as the Cascade Club, beginning around 1888. The members erected one of the finest clubhouses in the area, at the time. Charles Ball also constructed a dam, over Cascade Creek, which created a large pond. This pond was not like any other pond in the area. It was stocked with 10,000 trout fish, at various stages of growth. The club provided this as a private fishing area to its members. The club's charter called for a maximum of 25 members, but the membership was always kept at 20, for unknown reasons. Its roster consisted of the most wealthy and influential men in the city at the time. It was around this time when a young man named Michael Liebel Jr. became interested in the property. Liebel worked in the offices of the Jackson Cola Brewery. And in 1898, he officially became partial owner of the Cascade Brewing Company. And thus finally the Cascade Brewing Company becomes its legal name. Clark Cole would continue managing the brewery, and Liebel would become the company's treasurer. Now, it's 1899, and Michael Liebel wants to consolidate his breweries under one operation known as the Erie Brewing Company. But this company's new stockholders weren't planning on what happened next. The water from bordering Cascade Creek has become polluted, and that can be devastating to a brewery which requires a consistent fresh water supply. The source of the pollution was tracked down, and it appears that it was coming from the Almshouse, that was located just upstream from the Ball farm. It was discovered, raw sewage was being pumped from the Almshouse, and dumped directly into Cascade Creek. The powerful members of the Cascade Club filed an injunction to stop the Almshouse from polluting nearby Cascade Creek, which ran through several of its members' farms, on its way down to the bay. The lawsuit was successful, but the damage had already been done. Once word got out that the beer that they had been drinking was made from the sewage of the city's poor and indigent citizens, you really don't need to imagine the look on their faces. Sales of the beverage immediately plummeted, and Michael Liebel was forced to cease brewing operations at the brewery, until he could figure out his water problem. The brewery was used as a warehouse for the Erie Brewing Company from then on. Beer was never made at this location again. But that's not where this story ends. Some might say, it was just the beginning. On May 2, 1906, the community was shocked to hear that both Michael Liebel and Michael Liebel Sr. have purchased the brewery property for $25,000. And they've sold their shares in the Erie Brewing Company. The property would be used for an entirely new venture. Michael Liebel Sr. was a self-made millionaire in the local real estate market, and until now, one of the Erie Brewing Company's largest shareholders. And just a few days later, he suddenly goes missing. On the morning of May 28, 1906, Liebel boards a train in Erie, headed towards Buffalo, with an appointment to see a doctor to whom was not available in Erie at the time. Liebel arrives in Buffalo, and makes his way over to the doctor's office. After the appointment with the doctor, Liebel makes his way to the Western Union office and sends a telegram to his wife, letting her know that he would be home that night, and to have a carriage waiting at the station. Records indicate that Liebel next entered a tavern, and sat down for a beer. After having a small bite to eat, and another pint of beer, Liebel gets up and politely paid his bill before walking out the front door, and turning in the direction of the railroad station. When the train arrived in Erie that night, Michael Liebel Sr. was nowhere to be found. Nobody knows if he ever made it on the train that night, or if something happened to him in Buffalo. A single witness said she spotted Mr. Liebel at the train station in Pittsburgh 2 days later. But nothing could ever be verified. The man seemed to simply vanish into thin air. To this day, there is still an empty grave plot for Michael Liebel Sr. in the Trinity Cemetery. The story captured national media attention, and a search was even conducted in Canada. Today it's still one of Erie's strangest unsolved mysteries. With the disappearance of his father, Michael Liebel Jr. decides to put his plans for the brewery property temporarily on hold. By the end of 1906, the brewery is closed and remains that way for the next 5 years. But a new life is just around the corner. After the sudden disappearance of his father, Michael Liebel Sr., the life of Michael Liebel Jr. temporarily goes in a different direction. His plans for the brewery property would be put on hold. In September of 1906, Liebel was appointed mayor of Erie after the death of Mayor Robert Saltzman. He was re-elected in 1908 and was mayor of Erie until 1911. Meanwhile, on the Ball Farm, the Cascade Club relocated in 1909, and the pond was drained shortly after. Now, it's 1912, and Liebel has transformed the brewery into a revolutionary manufacturing facility. The Cascade Brewery will now be known as the Vulcan Rubber Company. The vulcanization of rubber is a chemical process involving sulfur, heat, and pressure to atomically change the structure of rubber. This is what gives rubber tires both rigidity and flexibility at the same time. The Vulcan Rubber Company is in full operation, and becomes a major employer in the area. With direct access to the railroads, the Vulcan plant thrived at the beginning, and the stock soared. Michael Liebel has succeeded in following through with his father's plans of operating a Vulcan rubber plant here in Erie. But that's not the end to the Ball Farm property. It's 1922, and Charles Ball wants to subdivide his farm property. His idea required Cascade Creek to be more centered through the property, and made into a shallow canalway, unlike the deeper ravine still visible today, just downstream. Welcome to Ballston Spa, where you and your new bride can live out your lives in this suburban paradise. The homes promised to be of the highest quality, and offered the most desirable features at the time. One feature that stands out for Charles Ball's Ballston Spa, and that is that every house was to have its own wading pool in each one of the house's backyards, all connected and fed by Cascade Creek. Interested parties were to call on room 207 of Marine Bank. Not a single home was constructed in the Ballston Spa subdivision of 1922. Times were changing, and the supply for new home sites outpaced demand for the first time in Erie's history. The neighboring Frontier Park subdivision, which was 3 times the size of the Ballston Spa property, was having considerable trouble selling home sites at the time. Because of this, Ballston Spa never materialized. In April of 1929, Charles Ball passed away, along with his dream of Ballston Spa. During the Great Depression, the property became host to Andy Brown's driving range. There were 32 covered tees, and Andy even offered lessons in the winter. After the death of Michael Liebel in 1927, the Vulcan plant moved on with a new president. Eventually, in the early 1950s, the Ball Farm property interested a developer by the name of Harry Borman. Borman developed the property over several years. Records indicate a set of old bones were discovered on the property. They were never identified. The Manor subdivision would become Borman's crowning achievement. 180 families would go on to call this place home. In 1952, the Vulcan plant merged with another company and expanded here in Erie, eventually relocating operations to the new facility. The Ball Brewery building is now privately owned and primarily used as storage. Like every neighborhood in Erie, each with their own rich and vibrant history, are all connected in some way. This is what makes our city great. You've been watching the Ball Brewery on Project Algerine. The Erie Current War. Let's find out more about these historic events tonight on Project Algerine. There was a time in Erie's past in which it was at the forefront of a technical revolution. Something in which many of us take for granted while going about our day-to-day affairs. Lighting our homes and businesses. Up until then, the only choice was to use gas lamps or fire. But that was all about to change. In 1879, Thomas Edison made vast improvements to the incandescent light bulb, which would pave the way to making lighting with electricity just as financially competitive as gas or oil. Erie was about to become one of the earliest electrified cities in the world. To put things into perspective, the spectacle of light seen by 30 million people at the 1893 World's Fair in Chicago doesn't happen for another 9 years. This is considered the event which triggered the nationwide electricity revolution. By that time, Erie had electricity for almost a decade. The first electricity generated in Erie County was in the spring of 1884, at an old office in the Erie Ironworks building located on the corner of 12th and French Street. The company manufactured steam engines, which could easily be hooked to a dynamo, which generated the electricity as it spun. Once the necessary parts were obtained, it sat in crates for several weeks, because nobody locally knew how to put it together. That is, until Mr. Lewis, from the Cleveland Brush Company arrived and helped install the 30 lamps the dynamo was capable of handling. The immediate impact to the factory's production was pretty obvious to everyone. A new company to produce and sell light in Erie was quickly formed. The newly created Erie County Light Company secured a building on Peach Street between 10th and 11th. This building still exists today but has been absorbed into the YMCA facility some time ago. The company immediately brought in 2 new engines and added another dynamo, this one capable of handling 45 lights. The power station's first commercial customers were 2 stores bordering along State Street, owned by James Carney and Frank Niebauer. Nobody knew it at the time, but this little power station would become an integral part of Erie's history. Electricity would change Erie forever. After the Erie Canal extension closed in 1871, the gasworks relocated their facility from 7th and Myrtle Street to the foot of Peach Street, and by 1884 they were ready to again place a bid on lighting Erie's streets with oil lamps. But they lost that bid to the newly formed Light Company. The Erie County Light Company was contracted by the city to provide street lighting to the citizens of Erie. The street lights would cover several blocks in downtown Erie, from the Park to 12th Street, and from Peach over to French Street. A new employment opportunity opened up almost overnight. The job of electrical linesmen quickly became one of the most dangerous jobs in the city. On the evening of September 2, 1884, the streetlights in Erie turned on for the first time. The streetlights were an immediate success, and demand for electric light service along those streets soared. It wasn't just streetlights that were attracting attention. Playhouses and theater groups were also early adopters of this new form of illumination. Many of Erie's early theaters were constructed within a 2-block radius of this power station. This area was known as the Theater District in Erie. The Erie County Electric Company has successfully illuminated downtown Erie. The burgeoning little power plant begins to attract the attention of Thomas Edison and his group of investors. In 1887, the power plant comes under the control of Edison Electric, and by 1891, is ready to move to its new location, at the corner of East 12th and French Street. Edison, and his business partner J.P. Morgan, spared no expense in the new facility. The new power plant would employ more than 20 workers, and operate, non-stop 24 hours per day. The plant was outfitted with two Thomson-Houston arc dynamos to generate the electricity. In a few years, the Thomson-Houston Company would merge with Edison Electric, and would become known as General Electric. In a display of generosity, the new Edison plant offered to power the public school, which was located directly behind the facility on 11th and French Street. The school, long gone, has been replaced with a parking facility. Edison Electric begins to expand in the area, stringing up over 25,000 feet of new wire in the first year. It seemed as though nothing could slow the growth of the Edison Electric Company. But a man named George Westinghouse was about to change all that. By 1893, the coverage of electricity in Erie was growing larger by the day. Another small power station was constructed at 12th and Myrtle. This was to help with the additional load on the system from nearby industries like Henry Schenk's planing mill, which was located on West 12th and Sassafras Street. You may remember Henry Schenk from the Kahkwa and the Algeria farm episodes, as he built the Kahkwa clubhouse, and also constructed the private stables for William L. Scott's $4,000 imported horse from France. It's also interesting to note, the husband of William L. Scott's daughter, was one of the top local investors, and the current manager of the power plant. Power station manager and wealthy investor, Charles Strong, was one of the first residential customers at his home on 6th and Peach Street. Meanwhile, over in Chicago, wealthy industrialist George Westinghouse is displaying his historic light show that will change the world. Westinghouse's use of alternating current allowed for transmission of electricity over longer distances. Unlike Thomas Edison's direct current system, which required substations generating power every few blocks. Erie is still littered with the remains of these old Edison substations. Westinghouse's success in 1893 also hinged on the development of an electric motor, which could run on alternating current. Thanks to Nikola Tesla, that dream became a reality, and alternating current soon became the standard for manufacturing. In the spring of 1894, several investors from the gasworks plant, the same one that lost the contract to illuminate the city 10 years prior, formed the Merchants and Manufacturers Electric Light, Heat, and Power Company. The power plant was constructed at the foot of French Street and became known locally as the M&M Company. Today, the building that housed the dynamos is still standing, and has since been converted into the main branch of the Erie Public Library. The Trolley Company was also interested in the benefits of electric power and had constructed a powerhouse to use themselves, in the old gasworks site. This would provide enough power, and allow for expansion. By now, there are 2 power companies in Erie, 1 trolley company, and 2 telephone companies all stringing up new lines and poles throughout the city. The ever-growing amount of power poles and wires that were clogging the streets began to concern many citizens. The fire department also had a reason to be concerned. The overhead wires were making it difficult to reach windows with ladders. It was obvious to everyone that something needed to be done. Around the same time that the illumination of Chicago took place, the Edison Electric Company merged with another company to form General Electric. This new company would not focus on the power generating business. Locally, the power stations would be purchased by Charles Strong, who would continue running the power plant under the name the Erie County Electric Company. The M&M Company and Charles Strong's Erie County Electric Company were both extremely competitive. They would lure away large contracts from each other over the years. Purchasing a light or a lamp for your home was also a bit more difficult, as at the time, there were only 2 stores in Erie in which to purchase electric items, and both were owned by their respective power companies. The M&M Company opened their store on 11th and State Street, while Charles Strong had his lighting store right next door to the power station on 12th Street between State and French. For several years, this was known as the lighting corner of Erie. Eventually, the M&M Company began opening more lighting stores. The city still had an issue with the numerous power lines and poles, and the solution came in the form of an underground conduit to run the wires. Beginning around 1912, several streets in downtown Erie installed large underground conduits in which to run their wires. This more modern look would still allow for the trolley to use overhead wires. In 1919, Charles Strong added another power plant to the system. This time, near West 5th and Cranberry Street. The power plant's boilers were fed by bordering Cascade Creek. This station took 10 years to construct, due to shortages caused by World War I. Many people assume that Charles Strong built this station specifically to power his own summer estate, which was just north of the new power plant. But, in reality it was to provide power to the already established factories and the 12th Street corridor. All those electrified factories and foundries employed thousands of local workers over the years, and helped make Erie a strong player in the early manufacturing sector of the United States and abroad. Both power companies operated competitively for years in the area without many issues, but like most cities around that time, things were moving towards consolidation. In 1915, the devastating flood of Mill Creek damaged much of downtown Erie, including the power station at 12th and French. Across the street, the old Erie Iron Works suffered catastrophic damage to the facility. Dynamite was needed to bring the rest of the building down. A new market house was constructed in its place. The power station that powered Erie's first theaters on Peach Street between 10th and 11th became a theater itself. It was home to the Erie Playhouse from 1919 through 1927. By 1930, the trolley had ceased operations in Erie, due to low ride numbers and increasing maintenance costs. Their power distribution assets were acquired by the M&M Company. On November 8, 1936, Charles Strong passed away, at the age of 83 years old. He is buried in William L. Scott's mausoleum, in the Erie Cemetery. In the late 1940s, both power companies merged to form the Pennsylvania Electric Company. As fate would have it, in 1951, lightning struck the exact spot where electricity was first generated over 60 years ago. The fire at the Erie Marketplace, located on the southwest corner of 12th and French Street, was seen for miles. Eventually, the local newspaper acquired the then decommissioned power plant, and moved from their old building over on West 10th Street. The newspaper company operated out of this building till the early 1970s. Around the corner on 11th and State Street, Erie's first lighting store had been converted into a restaurant. In the 1980s, this building burned down. The cause was determined to be arson. Throughout the 1970s and 80s, the Pennsylvania Electric Company decommissioned the power plant at the foot of French Street, and relocated operations south of the city, to a larger facility. Today, most of our electricity is generated very far away from Erie. You've been watching the Erie Current War on Project Algerine. The Erie Gauge War. Let's find out more about this historic skirmish tonight on Project Algerine. In 1853, the railroad throughout the northeastern United States was controlled by many different smaller companies and wasn't as consolidated as it later became. Legal battles between the railroads and municipalities were common. But this battle was much different. It's December 27, 1853, and this train is steaming towards Erie from Buffalo, carrying 300 men armed with picks, axes, and shovels. They're expecting a fierce fight. Awaiting for them at their destination is a man named Morrow Lowry, who is the leader of a group known as the Rippers. Morrow Lowry and the Rippers may sound like a musical group playing at your local pub, but be assured, this was no group of angels. Morrow was not unknown to use brutal tactics from time to time to achieve his goals. But how did it come to this? How did things get so out of hand? To understand that, we need to start at the beginning. In 1849, John Tracy, who was the president of the Erie and Northeast Railroad, announced the construction of a new rail line from Erie that would extend eastwardly for 20 miles to the New York border. The tracks that the train would run on, for this new Erie and Northeast Railroad, would be 6 feet wide. Now, almost at the exact same time, a company named the Franklin Canal Company was laying track from Erie heading west to the Ohio border. The width of this track was 4 feet 10 inches. This meant that people traveling from Buffalo would be required to change trains at the New York border, and then again change trains once the train reached Erie. This became a huge inconvenience to travelers. Many times, the schedules of the trains conflicted, resulting in travelers being forced to spend the night in Erie. People immigrating west in those days had little or no money. Most were not prepared for such a delay, and found peanuts to be an inexpensive warm meal. The smell of fresh roasted peanuts filling the air became a staple of downtown Erie, which lasted over 150 years. This forced stop along the rail line turned into big business for the hotels, theaters, and the street vendors of Erie. Many jobs and families became to rely on it. On November 16, 1853, the owners of the Buffalo and State Line Railroad announced that they had acquired 2/3 of the stock in the Erie and Northeast Railroad, and would be relaying the 6-foot track with the now standard 4 foot 10 inches. The citizens of Erie suddenly became worried about losing their forced railroad stop. On November 26, 1853, the City Council passed an ordinance allowing then-Mayor Alfred King to call out the police to remove any rail crossings over city streets. On December 7, 1853, the Erie and Northeast Railroad began changing its track, starting from the borough of Northeast and making its way towards Erie, bringing the track roughly 400 feet from the city limits. As the track inched closer to the city, the residents of Erie, whom already had felt their livelihood threatened by the railroad, demanded the mayor take action. When finally the railroad was spotted delivering the material it required for changing the tracks in Erie, the mayor felt he was left with no other choice but to act. Early the next morning, a single cannon shot was fired. This was a signal to the residents of Erie to assemble in the town square. As the morning progressed, the crowd began to gather in the park. Mayor King arrives on horseback to a rowdy crowd. In a hastily made ceremony, deputizes Morrow Lowry and another 150 citizens of Erie to become special police officers. After several hours of insightful speeches and whooping the crowd into a frenzy, Morrow and the Rippers make their way up State Street. Both bridges are deemed a nuisance by the city, and the newly deputized men, who have now disguised themselves as women, begin to rip apart the tracks and bridge structures. This disguised tactic was so confusing to the railroad workers that they fled the city in terror as both their tracks and bridges burned. And that was just the beginning. Just east of the city, the borough of Harbor Creek, in a show of solidarity, voted unanimously to remove their tracks, and began to do so immediately. The Rippers of Harbor Creek tore up over a mile of track, and burned down a bridge where it coincided with the road. This break in the rail line required passengers to disembark in Harbor Creek, and then find their own means into Erie to catch the train again, leaving many people to freeze while walking the 7-mile gap in the tracks. On December 17, 1853, the railroad obtained an injunction from the United States Circuit Court in Pittsburgh. The injunction was to restrain the city of Erie, the citizens of Erie County, and all persons whatsoever, from interfering with the change of the track gauge. A United States Marshal was dispatched to Erie, and located Morrow in the borough of Harbor Creek. When the Marshal served the injunction to an often arrogant Morrow, and pointed to the seal of the United States, Morrow responded by throwing the documents on the ground, and stomping his heel, declaring the heel mark the seal of Harbor Creek. The Rippers kept the gap open, forcing the trains to terminate in Harbor Creek. This break in the line caught another person by surprise. On December 26, famous newspaper editor and publisher Horace Greeley happened to be traveling from New York to Chicago for a speaking engagement. Horace penned several negative editorials which were published in the New York Tribune about his experiences in Erie that night. His last one read, "Erie should be avoided until the grass shall grow green in her streets, until her piemen in disrepair shall move away to some other city, not inhabited by fools and ruffians." The editorials escalated an already tense situation. On the morning of December 27, 1853, a train loaded with 300 railroad men is leaving Buffalo and is headed towards Erie. Just east of Erie, the rippers of Harbor Creek were in the process of abating the nuisance of the railroad track, when the train was spotted at the last stop before the state line. Someone sympathetic to the cause noticed the men and wired ahead to Erie. In Erie, the cannon was shot off to alert the rippers of the approaching train, and to call on the citizens for assistance. The train stopped just after the Harbor Creek station. Conductor Coghlan approaches the men, and a scuffle immediately ensues. Coghlan points his gun at the rippers, misfiring, and twice again before finally going off the third time, striking one of the farmers in the head, knocking him to the ground. It's at that point, in which all hell breaks loose. 300 men came pouring out of the railroad cars and began attacking the rippers. The group was clearly outnumbered. Just when it looked like it was going to be a slaughter, in the distance, there was a bright light approaching from the west. It was thousands of residents of Erie, rising up to help the rippers. The railroad men fled back into New York, with a couple of stowaways still celebrating on their train. After the events that transpired last night in the borough of Harbor Creek, the federal marshal has again been dispatched to Erie. On January 11, 1854, the federal marshal arrested both Morrow Lowry and Mayor King. Both would be brought to Pittsburgh the next day to stand charges of hindering the marshal who was attempting to arrest several other rippers. They were placed into the Allegheny County Jail. Back home in Erie, people were starting to take sides. One side for the rippers, the other for the railroad. And one of those, who was for the rippers, was Pennsylvania's governor, William Bigley. Many people say Bigley intervened, and aided in the release of both Lowry and King from their jail in Pittsburgh. Back home in Erie, the rippers were still tearing up the tracks as fast as the railroad could repair them. Support for both sides were beginning to rip the city apart. Many either owned stock in the railroads, or worked directly for them in management or what were known as white-collar positions. Factory workers were not allowed to discuss the topic. But people hold grudges. One way the rivalry was able to be expressed was through the local sporting teams. The rippers in the east, and the white-collars to the west. This began a separate East Side versus West Side mentality that lasts to this day. Several new bills were enacted, and a railroad gauge standard was put into law. People's attention were moving on to other things. Once the Secretary of War, Jefferson Davis, threatened to send federal troops in to protect the mail route, things quieted down. But the real end to the Erie Gauge War was when the governor sent Andrew McClure. McClure got both sides to sit down over several bottles of rye. By morning, an agreement was made, and both sides shook hands. The agreement would bring the railroad to Erie's bayfront, creating many new shipping jobs, and the rippers would leave their tracks alone. By February 1st, the trains were running smoothly through Erie and the war was over. From time to time, a farmer would rip up the tracks in disputes with the railroad. But nothing like what took place back in the winter of 1853. You've been watching the Erie Gauge War on Project Algerine. Funtown. Let's take a look at this forgotten amusement park of the past. Tonight, on Project Algerine. Sometimes, there are places from our past, that many in the community, still hold a special place in their heart for. One such place, would be a quirky little amusement park, known as Funtown. Let's start, with a trip, into the distant past. In the 1860s, a shipbuilder by the name of E. Beebe, owned the property of what would later become the southeast corner of West 6th Street and Peninsula Drive. At the time, this small piece of property looked much different. The property was divided in half by a ravine, with a small stream going through it, named Facet Run. In 1880, the property was sold at a sheriff's sale, with the purchaser being the wealthy coal and railroad industrialist William L. Scott. The property sat on the western edge of what became known as the Algeria Farm. The Algeria Farm became world famous for the breeding and training of racehorses. After the death of William L. Scott in 1891, the farm property was divided up, and the property that later becomes Funtown sits vacant for around 59 years. The ravine, cutting through the middle, makes it undesirable for most developers. Around 1950, Facet Run was encased in a large tube, running under 6th Street, and the ravine has been filled in. This made the property much more commercially viable. This is the story of Funtown. It's 1970, and a developer, whose last name is coincidentally Scott, yet is no relation to the late 1800s coal and railroad tycoon William L. Scott, has just secured the property, and that announce a new amusement park will be built on the site. The property would feature a restaurant called the Char House, a miniature golf course, and a giant carpet slide. Early that summer, both the Char House and Funtown opened for the first season. The giant slide was massive. It stretched over 200 feet in length, and consisted of 12 lanes for riders to slide down. Visitors to the park would have a delicious meal at the Char House, before plunging down the giant slide, for a quick thrill. It was popular with all ages. The miniature golf course was said to be one of the most challenging in the area, and the park had enough lighting, so that the players could easily play at night. A set of outdoor bumper cars, known as the Bashmobiles, rounded out a night of excitement. Funtown was an instant success with the families in the area, and even drew crowds from as far away as Pittsburgh. With the park bordering the main roadway to the peninsula, the desire to stop for a ride on the Ferris wheel became a tradition for many beachgoers. The giant slide was itself its own advertising billboard. The amazing size of the structure and the bright blue color made every kid passing by beg their parents to stop so they could take a slide. Funtown had just made it through its first season, with still more to come. In the third season, Funtown added a moon bounce. The air-filled ride simulated walking on the moon, which was actually happening around that time in real life with the Apollo moon missions. In 1974, Funtown first added go-karts to the park, losing much of its southern parking lot to the new kart track. The go-karts were an immediate hit with the guests. 1975 saw the addition of the arcade, which was located on the backside of the Char House. There were about 20 games for people to play. It's hard to imagine, but they somehow figured out how to squeeze a roller coaster in there in 1976. The Mad Mouse would take riders on an interweaving course of hairpin turns and steep drops. Like most parks at the time, Funtown was compelled to innovate new ideas. following whatever the trends of the day may be. A new open-air bounce house, named Concord Castle, was added. The open-air setting of this new bounce house allowed for parents to keep a better eye on their children. The park's original carousel was small enough so that it could be easily moved around the park as necessary. In 1985, the park updated its go-karts and built a brand new track. The new go-karts brought a lot of new visitors to the park. But trends in the amusement park industry are about to make a shift. Water parks explode in popularity across the country almost overnight. And Funtown is about to go through a drastic change. The giant carpet slide is converted into an enormous tube slide. A 4-story structure was erected on the southwestern end of the property to support 2 new water slides. By this time next season, the park will have changed its name from Funtown to Wild Waters Water Park. The miniature golf course was replaced by a large heated wave pool. It was one of the first of its kind in the country. Nobody knew what to expect the following season. The summer of 1986 was one of the hottest on record. And the crowds flocked to the new Wild Waters Water Park, which had just transformed itself from a small roadside amusement park. The park's giant carpet slide has been converted into a water slide. The base of the slide was covered with a smooth yet soft spongy surface, and a large water pump was installed to bring the water up to the top. The park had 2 enclosed water slides. Each slide had its own twisting and winding shape, before bringing both ends together and spitting the riders out into the same splashdown pool. The giant wave pool consisted of 350,000 gallons of water, and could produce waves as high as 4 feet. The water was heated, and kept at a comfortable 80 degrees. The park employed more than 25 certified lifeguards. The go-karts were still a popular attraction, and the track would twist its way around the water park. Local bands would perform on Friday nights, and radio promotions would happen frequently. But all good things come to an end. After 4 seasons as Wild Waters Water Park, the writing was on the wall. The park had no ability to expand and grow any further, and the amusement park industry was once again changing. Smaller parks were being purchased by larger regional parks, and then usually closed. This trend, sadly, was happening throughout the country at that time. Many small parks were left to rot. Coupled with the increasing cost for maintenance, materials, and a specialized labor force that was only needed for 3 months out of the year, the options became pretty clear. The park could intentionally be closed, the rides sold, and the property put up for sale. Or likely suffer the same dark fate of hundreds of other parks in the country at that time. In May of 1990, it was announced that the park property had been purchased by the church, located right next door. It would be used by parishioners for additional parking, and the rest converted back to green space. The former developer of Funtown went on to create one of the largest indoor water park resorts in the Northeast. Some would say that the old heart of Funtown is still beating within Splash Lagoon today. You've been watching Funtown on Project Algerine. Massasauga Point. Let's take a look at this long-forgotten summer resort. Tonight, on Project Algerine. Presque Isle has changed considerably over the last several hundred years. It wasn't always attached to the mainland, and had long periods of time in which it was in fact a true island. With no roads onto the peninsula at the time, the only accessible beach, for the citizens of Erie to use, was known as Massasauga Point, or the Head, as it was known to the locals. The Head was a little piece of land that sat at the entrance of what is now Presque Isle State Park. The neck of the peninsula was much further west, and didn't connect with the Head at the time. Most of the city of Erie borders the bay, and has a steep bluff, making this area the closest and most accessible beach for the residents of Erie for quite some time. And that is what brings us here today. In 1868, a steamboat named the Minnie Harris was brought to Erie by Captain James Hunter, to provide passenger service from the public steamboat landing, at the foot of State Street, to the area then only known as the Head. Right around the same time, a small tavern was being erected by Jake Graham. The tavern was a plain structure of weather-beaten boards, consisting of 3 or 4 rooms, the principal of which contained a bar to which Graham himself presided. It wasn't much of a place, but the citizens of Erie loved the convenience, and it quickly gained in popularity. From that point on, this area was known as Massasauga Point. Picnic parties became more frequent, and the conveniences in the area increased. Jake converted an old shed on the eastern end of the property to serve as a makeshift dance hall. The immediate successes of the Minnie Harris steamboat, and the popularity of the new dance hall, caused an influx of new steamship captains, providing service to and from the foot of State Street. At the height of its popularity, the Massasauga Point dock saw more than 40 steamboats per day. The inside of Jake Graham's tavern was not much for show, but it soon became known as a place where fish were served up to guests in a style a little better than anywhere else. It also became the hangout spot for the amateur fishermen of the day. Massasauga Point continued to be a favorite picnic spot for the locals of Erie. After some time, larger organizations and private clubs, such as the Caledonian Club, started having their picnics at the point. The trend continued over the next several years, with the addition of larger corporate picnics, and the hosting of events such as a farm show for the farmers of Mill Creek Township. But things were about to change at Massasauga Point. The property that was now called Massasauga Point and home to Jake Graham's Tavern, was owned by a farmer named Thomas Laird. Thomas sold the property in 1879 to the wealthy coal and railroad industrialist William L. Scott. Scott invested a great deal of money into improving the area. He added a gravel roadway through an old gorge that was previously used by a mining company to haul coal down to awaiting ships. These ships were delivering the coal to Ohio, to be used in a large iron smelting operation. This road eventually became Peninsula Drive. Scott erected a larger dance hall, which was an immediate hit among the locals. Landscaping and garden walkways were put in, along with a larger dock area. Due to increasing popularity, a hotel was constructed in 1885, of which David Johnson became the landlord. Johnson had been the current landlord of the Reed House. The Reed House was one of Erie's most popular and upscale hotels at the time. But Johnson possibly bit off more than he could chew by running both hotels, and after the first year, bailed on his lease. The hotel was run for the next 3 years by Jake Graham's brother William Graham. That is, until one night after dealing with a group of rowdy hotel guests, the Massasauga Point Hotel catches fire. The fire engulfed the entire structure, burning for nearly 6 hours. By morning, nothing was left. Massasauga Point closed for the remainder of the season. After the devastating fire of 1879 that left Massasauga Point without its hotel, the owner, William L. Scott, was dragging his feet about where to rebuild. He wants to put the new hotel above the bluff, overlooking the bay, but the residents wanted a hotel on the point. The remains of the old hotel were left in the area for quite some time. Finally, after 3 long years, a new spot for the hotel was selected. Construction began in the early spring of 1883, and the new hotel was completed and opened by the start of that summer season. The reopening of Massasauga Point Hotel was widely celebrated by the residents of Erie. Although the hotel looks incredibly large in size, and easily had rooms for several hundred guests, it was indeed smaller compared to the original. Many years later, the hotel would be considered inferior, as it was always hard to live up to the original. Scott had a drill exposition here in 1885 and had 2 natural gas wells dug. There were 30 gas lights illuminating the property each night. When 2 fresh water springs were discovered on the property, Scott had his men bottle up and sell the water as Massasauga spring water. Records show that Scott had purchased and erected what could only be described as a rudimentary roller coaster. This wood-built structure was a remarkable piece of engineering, doomed by the harsh weather conditions of the locations, off-season. By the late 1880s, the steamboat business from the public dock to Massasauga Point was at its height. Together these boats could carry nearly 2,000 passengers per trip. A figure that didn't go unnoticed by the new trolley company that had recently opened in Erie. The steamboat captains banded together, but their attempts to block the trolley company were unsuccessful, and one by one, the steamboats disappeared from Massasauga Point. With trolley service to Massasauga Point now up and running frequently, residents from Erie could access the beach by a trolley ride down West 8th Street, or what was then called the Lake Road. But that's not where our story ends. Daily trolley service brought an influx of Erie residents to Massasauga Point. The trolley allowed people from further distances to enjoy the beaches and grounds. Many people came here to get away from the hardships that city life offered. It was a place where dreams were created, romances were started, and hearts were broken. Everyone was happy, except the owner of the property, wealthy industrialist William L. Scott. Scott went ballistic upon discovering that the trolley company stretched its tracks down in front of his hotel, instead of bringing them down back behind the hotel, which would also allow for use of his adjacent property on the bluff. Scott then sued the trolley company, and had them remove the tracks back to 8th Street. It was at this time that Scott, being a railroad man, had his own trolley constructed down from 8th Street. This trolley could take passengers to and from the trolley terminus point, down the back way, directly to his hotel. It was this same trolley that Scott would use to ferry prospective horse buyers from his hotel to the Algeria stud farm, which was also owned by Scott. The trolley company sued Scott in court for running an unlicensed trolley service. Scott, controlling most of the property along West 8th Street, then sued to have the trolley company's tracks removed, all the way back to the city line, on Pittsburgh Avenue. In the early morning hours of September 19, 1891, William L. Scott passed away from heart failure in Newport, Rhode Island. The lawsuits with the trolley company continued for several years even after William L. Scott's death, and the Pennsylvania Supreme Court had to get involved. Eventually the trolley company purchased the land just west of Massasauga Point known as Hoffman's Grove. This would permit the trolley company to lay their tracks down to their property. The estate of William L. Scott leased the hotel for several years after his death. And several people tried to make a go at operating the hotel, but by this time, most people had made their way over to Hoffman's Grove next door, now renamed to Waldameer. To make matters worse, Mother Nature was changing the landscape again. And Massasauga Point was battered by several large storms that completely changed much of the area. Within a few years, the hotel, and many of the other buildings were left abandoned. Almost everything at Massasauga Point had closed down by 1901. Waldemir Park had taken over where Massasauga Point left off. Massasauga Point is now just a memory. But memories can live on. You've been watching Massasauga Point on Project Algerine. The Algeria Stud Farm. Let's take a look at this historic site, tonight, on Project Algerine. There's one piece of property in Erie County that can be connected with more than just an unbelievable history. Some would argue that it was the catalyst that set in motion something larger. Something much bigger than all of us. The events of which can be felt to this day. This is a story of triumph, growth, and prosperity. Passion, above all. This is the story of the Algeria Farm. Our story begins in 1873, at a small town named Hanover Junction, located in Virginia. On a chilly spring morning, a horse by the name of Algerine entered into the world. His first home was a place called the Bullfield Stud. It was known as the premier thoroughbred breeding farm in the years after the Civil War. He spent most of his early years eating grasses in the meadow and lounging in the afternoon sun. Algerine seemed to march to the beat of his own drum. The horse trainers thought he was just being stubborn, but everyone knew Algerine was special. But nobody could possibly know just how many lives this horse would affect. Algerine didn't begin to run races when he reached the age of 2, like most of his stablemates. It wasn't until a year later, to which Algerine was to be entered into the 1876 Belmont Stakes. At that time, he had only raced once, and has never won. The gun was fired, and the horses took off down the track. Algerine rips up the 1.5-mile dirt track in a record-breaking 2 minutes and 40 seconds. In attendance that day was a man named William L. Scott. Scott, who was a self-made millionaire, controlled over 22,000 miles of railroad and coal fields at the time. supplying much of this coal first to iron manufacturers, and eventually to the growing number of power plants that were increasing in numbers as the demand for electricity grew. Scott was instantly bitten by the horse racing bug, and at the time, began putting together a plan to enter the horse breeding and training industry. Scott's plan was to build a world-class horse racing and breeding facility in his hometown of Erie, Pennsylvania. This farm would be part of a much larger plan for Scott. In the years following his first encounter with Algerine, Scott began purchasing large areas of land back in Erie. Around 1879, Scott was able to secure a large tract of land, located on a bluff, near the western end of Presque Isle Bay. And that is what brings us here today. The property, which has now become known as the Algeria Farm, borders West 8th Street, from Peninsula Drive to Summerheim Drive, and extends northerly towards the bay. This massive complex once dominated the landscape. The center of operations for the Algeria Farm was located in the exact spot where St. Jude's Church and School are standing today. Scott's men began working on a 3/4-mile racetrack. And in 1880, William L. Scott sought out the one horse that made him catch the racing bug a few years earlier. Algerine moves into the farm that bears his namesake, beginning in 1880 with 4 mares. The farm consisted of 126 box stables, 6 foaling boxes, separate stallion stables, a hospital, and a boarding house for the workers. The farm even featured a heated greenhouse. All the buildings on the farm were heated by natural gas wells that were piped from Scott's adjoining property, located just over the bluff, known as Massasauga Point. The farm had a schoolhouse erected on the southwestern edge of the property for the children of the employees. The building is still standing today. The Algeria Farm spared no expense. It wasn't about making money for Mr. Scott, it was about being the best. Only the finest equipment and materials were used. The pastures around the racetrack served a mixture of fine grasses for the horses to graze and roam freely, while other horses trained on the track around them. At the end of the day, Algerine and the other horses would walk this exact path back to their stables. Algerine has adapted to his new home rather well. The farm added the racehorses Cantanker and Wanderer to the group. In 1882, the owner of the Algeria Farm, William L. Scott, purchased a stallion from France by the name of Rayon d'Or at a cost of $40,000. He was considered the best racehorse in the world at the time. Scott had a man named Henry Schenk construct a private stable, from brick, for the prized animal. The farm continued to grow over the years. Eventually, the farm became home to 73 mares, and 46 stallions. The day-to-day operations of the farm were handled by a man named James Sampson. Sampson, from the Girard area, managed the farm for many years, before relocating to California. In just a few short years, Scott has achieved his dream of building one of the largest thoroughbred breeding facilities in the United States. But there's one thing to remember. The more complex things become, the more chances arise for problems. It's June 24, 1886 on the Algeria farm, and trouble has arrived. Sampson, who smells smoke and spots a small fire, immediately calls the fire department. The center barn, the one that houses the stallions, has caught fire. While awaiting the fire department, the men working the farm scramble to put out the fire. A group of men were running buckets of water from Facet Run, a tiny stream that flowed directly through the southern part of the farm. The firemen responded within 10 minutes, and quickly formed a bucket brigade. They arrived just in time to help rescue the animals. Comet and Wanderer were rescued first. A farm worker runs into the burning structure, and manages to rescue Cantal and Algerine, who were just a few feet from the flames. Some of the men made it out of the building, just in time. The stallion barn has burned to the ground. The fire could be seen for miles. The heat from the fire was so intense, it reportedly melted the tar on the roof of the mare's stable, just 20 feet away. Investigators attempted to locate the cause of the fire. The main suspect is a former employee who's caused trouble on the farm in the past. The barn was insured for $8,000. Construction on a new barn began immediately. By the late 1800s, Scott's Algeria farm has not only succeeded in becoming one of the best breeding farms in the country, it has earned special bragging rights, as its stables have won more money than any other in the country. But all this doesn't come without a price. Joseph Bartlett ran the boarding house on the Algeria farm. His sudden death at the house shocked many people. Joseph was the former coachman for Mr. Scott for 10 years before a horse fell on him, crushing his leg. David Berger designed and built all the buildings at the Algeria farm, including the massive stables. David was at the McNair farm, another property owned by Scott, which eventually became the West Erie Plaza. David was repairing the roof of a barn when he suffered heat stroke and fell off the building. It's about this time the story takes a strange turn. The motel that Scott owns just north of the farm is doing a lot of business, and the new trolley company in town wants a piece of the action. The trolley company has run their tracks down directly in front of Scott's resort. This began a litany of lawsuits that lasted for over a decade. Scott sued the trolley company to have the tracks removed back to 8th Street. Scott wanted the trolley company to bring the tracks down to his hotel the back way, but they refused. So Scott constructed his own trolley system down from 8th Street, infuriating the trolley company even further. With a looming court battle in sight, Scott begins to purchase more land along West 8th Street. Suddenly, in September of 1991, the millionaire and owner of the world-famous Algeria farm, William L. Scott, dies of heart failure in Rhode Island. Nobody knew what would happen next. After the death of William L. Scott, the horses at the Algeria farm were set to be sold at auction. But one horse was missing from the manifest. It's theorized that between the time of Scott's death and the auction, Algerine passed away. He was most likely buried on the site, just north of the stables. Algerine was 19 years old. The feud with the trolley company lasted almost a decade after Scott's death, even going to the state Supreme Court, but in the end, the trolley company purchased the land directly adjacent to Scott's, and was permitted to provide service to their property. In 1893, the government came calling, and the Algeria farm became host to a military encampment. Over 500 men made the western edge of the property their temporary home. The men traveled there by taking the Shenango and Lake Erie Railroad into the city of Erie, and then out West 8th using the motorcar line. The camp needed an ample water supply, so a well was drilled towards the southwestern edge of the property. This well would have been directly under where Fun Town had its giant slide. Now, the state of Pennsylvania wants to host the state fair at the Algeria farm. But there's a slight problem. The track at the farm is only 3/4 of a mile long, and there isn't enough room for the needed 1.25-mile track. Plans were drawn up to convert the track into what's known as a kite shape, which would fit a longer track in the same space, but the idea was scrapped. The farm was again leased, and housed cattle for several years before Uncle Sam came knocking again. In 1904, the United States Navy began looking into the property to be used as a training facility, utilizing its close proximity to the waterfront. The site was looked at several times, but ultimately it wasn't chosen. The property languished between tenants and sat vacant for a time, before the property was finally split up and sold off piece by piece. The trolley company eventually became Waldemir Park, the 10th oldest amusement park in the country, employing thousands of workers over its 125 years. The property became host to hotels, shopping and recreation. The site is also home to a church and a school. All things that make a community strong. Some things on the property are now just a memory. Future plans by the township for this area include developing it into the heart of a modern main street. Just look around at the wonder of what this one horse has created. Some might say, a little bit of Algerine still lives on inside of us. You've been watching the Algeria farm on Project Algerine. Waldemir Park, home to thousands of thrill seekers each summer. But how did it get here? Let's find out. Tonight on Project Algerine. Waldemir Park, the 10th oldest amusement park in the country. Located on the shoreline of Erie, Pennsylvania. Thousands of people have been coming to this spot for over 125 years. But Waldameer didn't set out to be the amusement park it is today. The park had a much more humble beginning. In 1889, the Erie Electric Motor Company was formed. To increase the number of paying passengers, especially on the weekends, the park purchased 65 acres of land in 1896, just west of the Massasauga Resort and Hotel, owned by the wealthy railroad industrialist William L. Scott. That area of land that the trolley company purchased was a well-known picnic destination known as Hoffman's Grove, named after the numerous chestnut trees scattered throughout the area. Ironically, getting trolley service to a trolley park by a trolley company seemed a bit more difficult. It took several years to resolve lawsuits brought by the then estate of William L. Scott, who didn't want any new competition for his own resort, which was just across what would later become Peninsula Drive. The Scott estate lost in the state Supreme Court, and the trolley company was permitted to lay its tracks down West 8th Street to what would now be known as Waldemir Park. Paying passengers could now take the 30-minute trolley directly to the park's entrance. In the early days, Waldameer's business was the beach. Once you got to the park, you would walk down long pathway to reach a boardwalk-covered lagoon. Later, the Tunaville trolley was constructed to make the journey a bit easier. Swimsuits were available to rent by the hour in the bathhouse. Many people came to just enjoy the beach, even if they had no intention of swimming. The chance to get away from the city, if only for a few hours, was quite appealing to a lot of people. Waldameer's beach was fastly gaining popularity with the citizens of Erie. The first ride at Waldameer was actually on the beach. It was called the Whirly Gig, developed by Bill Mangles of Coney Island. And yet, this was just the beginning. The upper area of the park, away from the beach, served up attractions such as the dance hall built in 1902, attractive groves for afternoon picnics, and a clamshell theater with live performers. Concessionaires would rent space from the trolley company each season to sell refreshments to the guests. Games of chance and a penny arcade were erected. The midway was beginning to take shape. The oldest surviving building is the Carousel Building. Constructed way back in 1905, this building still houses Waldameer's merry-go-round to this day. This ride actually increased in value, fetching over $1 million at auction in 1988, enough to purchase a new carousel and pay for a much-needed expansion. One of the first true rides at Waldameer would undoubtedly be the aerial swings. Guests would sit in gondolas suspended from wires, while the ride would spin in a circle. The gondolas were replaced by planes, and then again at a later date by rocket ships. Whatever the flavor of the decade required. This ride lasted over 70 years at Waldameer, and was finally retired in 1973. It was replaced by the paratrooper. The park's attendance was growing each year. It became the place to be seen for dancing, dining, and socializing. Waldameer was becoming so popular that people would spend their entire summers here. This area, down near the beach, was known as Camp Clemens. After everyone went home, at the end of each season, the trolley cars would be stored here for the winter. But an unexpected change was soon coming. Around 1913, the Erie Electric Motor Company sold its trolley business and became the Buffalo and Lake Erie Traction Company. This new company had no intentions of keeping the park, and the property was eventually turned over to Marine Bank. German-born Alex Moeller arrived in Erie at 26 years old, and became the first maitre d' at the Lawrence Hotel, before a friend and concessionaire named George suggested Waldameer. At Waldameer, Moeller rose through the ranks quickly, and eventually convinced Marine Bank to lease the entire park to him to manage. With the park's two original roller coasters, Dip the Dips, and the Coney Island Scenic Railway, already showing their age, and riders wanting more thrills, Moeller sets out to expand the park. But it doesn't come without its challenges. The first was in November of 1924, when the original dance hall burned down. This upset many people, and Moeller vowed to rebuild it. Later that spring, construction started on its replacement. And on Monday, May 18, 1925, Rainbow Gardens opens with great fanfare. The structure is massive, and has hosted everything from dancing with live orchestras, to high school graduations, and even offered roller skating for a brief time. In the early morning hours of April 26, 1938, Rainbow Gardens once again catches fire. Moeller quickly announces plans to rebuild. Fire investigators find the safe had been opened, and the previous evening's earnings had gone missing. For the rest of that season, Rainbow Gardens functioned with no roof, as an open-air dance hall. By 1940, the necessary repairs had been made to the building, and Rainbow Gardens was back in business, and is still hosting events today. Waldameer was growing up, and Moeller was now recruiting talented management to handle certain aspects of the park. This provided time for more park development, and Moeller thought the park could use a new thrill ride. He brought in the best-known roller coaster designer in the country, named John Miller. Miller was considered the Thomas Edison of roller coasters, having designed over 150 coasters and patented over 100 key components in his lifetime. Before arriving in Erie in 1922, Miller's company had just finished a coaster called the Gorge Ride at Cascade Park in Newcastle, Pennsylvania. And something similar to the Gorge Ride was just what Alex Moeller had in mind. Miller set to work immediately. The site was cleared out, and the Ravine Flyer opened later that year. Much like the Ravine Flyer 2, the original coaster transverse Peninsula Drive, turn around, and once again return across the roadway. An engineering marvel in that day. The coaster was a huge hit, and ran for 16 years before a tragic accident resulted in the death of a ride-goer in 1938. The ride was soon dismantled afterwards. Its replacement would not arrive for another 70 years. Ironically, John Miller would later die while working on a coaster in Houston, Texas in 1941. The original Ravine Flyer station still exists. It was converted into a picnic shelter, and sits tucked behind the current Ravine Flyer 2 station today. The Ravine Flyer roller coaster wasn't the only impression John Miller left on Waldameer that season of 1922. A popular ride known as the Mill Chute was also constructed that year. The Mill Chute, named after John Miller, would take riders on boats through a concrete canal. A large hill at the end would offer a big splashdown, soaking the riders. The hill was made much lower in 1945, for obvious safety reasons. The mill run was retired in 1996, and replaced by a new waterlog flume ride known as Thunder River. There is no doubt that both of those rides, the Ravine Flyer and the mill run, helped cement Waldameer's future as an amusement park. But hard times still lay ahead for Moeller and his crew. Down on the beach, things were really progressing. Summer cottages sprang up around the hotel and shoreline. But problems were just around the corner. Several storms in the 1930s and 40s damaged the beach, finally washing the entire beach out through the lagoon and into the bay. The Army Corps of Engineers were called in to stop the erosion, and a breakwall was constructed. This ended Waldameer's beach, and it is no longer accessible to the public. This is what Waldameer's beach looks like today. Looking around in the 1940s, you can see the influence of George Sinclair throughout the park. George Sinclair was Moeller's old colleague in the concessionaire business. George helped Moeller construct many of the park's early rides. Alex and George were friends for many years. But what many people didn't know was that there was an almost identical twin amusement park to Waldameer, being constructed just 150 miles away. Myers Lake Park, just outside of Canton, Ohio, was owned by George Sinclair's family and had many of the same rides, even so much as to sharing the same names, such as the Mill Chutes, aerial swings, Fun in the Dark, and even their very own Comet roller coaster. Myers Lake Park closed in 1974, and is now a housing development. In 1950, Waldemir began construction on the Comet, an all-wooden roller coaster designed by Herbert Schmeck, and built by the Philadelphia Toboggan Company. The Comet has a figure-8 shape, with an oval layout. The ride begins with a right turn out of the station onto a 37-foot lift hill. It then drops 25 feet and sends riders more than 25 miles per hour. This still popular coaster was upgraded in 2012 with a magnetic braking system. Throughout the 1950s and early 60s, Waldameer kept building up slowly, adding smaller attractions every couple of years. One such attraction was Monkey Island. This is about as close as Waldameer ever became to adding a zoo. Park guests could relax and watch the monkeys frolic and play. It was a popular attraction for many years. After closing, a rumor started that a division of the United States Air Force, prior to becoming NASA, acquired the monkeys for use in the space program. However, our researchers could find no evidence to support that theory. Today, the location where Monkey Island once stood is now home to the Skyride station. By 1965, the park was well established and a staple of the Erie community. But another dark day loomed ahead. On Saturday, January 30, 1965, news reports that Alex Moeller, the owner of Waldemir Park, has passed away. The park would continue to operate under the management of Paul Nelson, who had been working at the park since he was a small boy of 11 years old. Nelson was the perfect candidate to take over park operations, and shared much of the same unique business sense that allowed Moeller to succeed. But as the 1960s came to an end, nobody knew what the future held. 1970 had arrived, and Nelson wanted to add a new funhouse to the park, since the previous one, called Fun in the Dark, was sold to raise funding for the Comet roller coaster. He brought in Bill Tracy, from Cape May, New Jersey, to complete the TAS. Tracy's multi-story dark ride seemed more like a mashup of Dr. Seuss and Scooby-Doo, rather than your typical amusement park funhouse. The Wacky Shack, which opened the season of 1970, is a Bill Tracy masterpiece. The facade of this structure tops out at a staggering 5 stories. However, only 2 stories are used for the inside of the ride. Riders sit side by side and begin their journey through several rooms before exiting the building on the 2nd floor, down the ramp, and back into the building on the other side. Once you're back in the building, you transverse through several other rooms, each room more exciting than the next, before exiting again on the lower level. Bill Tracy made a couple of other wacky shacks after the one at Waldameer, like this abandoned shack in Wichita, Kansas, but none had the charm of the original. With the massive success of the Wacky Shack, Nelson had dark ride developer Bill Tracy return for the 1972 season, this time supplying Waldameer with a walk-through funhouse called the Pirates Cove. The Pirates Cove is another classic walk-through attraction. The facade of this building is incredible and instantly recognizable. Guests on this ride encounter 17 disorienting stunts and rooms, designed in typical Bill Tracy fashion. Much like the Wacky Shack, the Pirates Cove ride was available to other amusement parks at the time, like this one, at Trimper's Rides, located in Ocean City, Maryland. Out of the 8 Bill Tracy dark rides remaining, Waldameer is very fortunate to have 2. It's no doubt that these 2 dark rides helped carry Waldameer through the 70s and into the 80s. By 1988, Paul Nelson had gone from park manager to park owner and made what would be his biggest gamble to date. Nelson's plan was to auction the park's original carousel animals and invest those proceeds into its fledgling water park. Waterworld opened 2 years earlier. The water park was only outfitted with a couple slides at the time it opened. Now with capital, Nelson was able to expand the water park considerably over the next 2 decades. The water park now has over 20 water slides, a lazy river, and has one of the largest wave pools on the east coast of the United States. The gamble paid off, and the water park is still expanding today. But Nelson's most ambitious challenge was still to come. 1994 saw the addition of the giant Ferris wheel. This massive wheel is over 100 feet high, affording its riders spectacular views of Lake Erie. With the Ferris wheel complete, Nelson could focus on the next challenge. After a decade of delays, lawsuits, and permitting issues, Nelson announced in 2007 that the Gravity Group would begin construction on the Ravine Flyer 2 roller coaster. Following much of the same path as the original Ravine Flyer, the Ravine Flyer 2 would also cross Peninsula Drive, which today is now a 4-lane highway. This roller coaster is an engineering marvel. By utilizing its environment to its advantage, it's able to add additional height to the coaster's all-important first hill. Riders bask in the breathtaking views of Lake Erie for a split second, before plunging 120 feet into the ravine. You're immediately thrust across a 4-lane highway to the other side, around another curve and down another hill, before crossing the same 4-lane stretch of roadway. Once back on the other side, the coaster becomes a dizzying blur of tunnels, bunny hills, and 90-degree turns. This is what makes the Ravine Flyer 2 coaster such a success. The look on the rider's face when they exit the ride says it all. This coaster means business. The Ravine Flyer 2 made Waldameer a true destination park. Visitors now come from all over the world to ride this amazing roller coaster, along with the park's water slides and other fun attractions. Today, the park offers over 100 attractions and 17 different concession stands. There seems to be something for everyone at Waldameer. In 2015, a large piece of property was purchased by the park to secure space for future expansion. I wonder what the next 125 years will be like. You've been watching Waldemir Park on Project Algerine. Tracy Point. Let's take a look at this short-lived pleasure resort tonight on Project Algerine. In the late 1800s, the city of Erie's bayfront was a dirty, smelly, hazardous industrial zone. It wasn't the type of place you wanted to spend much time. There were no roads going out on the peninsula at the time. Pleasure resorts popped up on the outskirts of the city, to cater to those wanting a relaxing day at the beach. Like most local resorts at the time, they were only accessible by boat. So the citizens of Erie would line up at the public steamboat landing, to catch a ride. Tracy Point, as it was called by the locals, was once a very popular destination. This little piece of land at the end of the bay sat just east of the Massasauga resort. Around the same time that the Massasauga resort was getting started, a man by the name of Jake Gabe opened a restaurant at the location known as Tracy Point. The Lone Fisherman's Inn became a well-known establishment to the locals. The building had large windows that could open, serving as an open-air banquet hall with excellent views. Gabe cleared out the grounds around the building and planted new gardens and shrubbery. The Lone Fisherman's Inn began hosting corporate picnics and large social functions. It became the place to be. The restaurant, being situated right next to another popular pleasure resort, only helped to increase business. That is, until one night, in January of 1892, the Lone Fisherman's Inn burned down. Daniel Tracy, who inherited the property from his father, a wealthy railroad man, decides he wants to build a hotel in the same location as the old restaurant. Much of the neck of the peninsula didn't exist at the time. This would provide the hotel guests with excellent views from their hotel rooms of Lake Erie. A road was constructed through an old ravine, and the next summer, the hotel at Tracy Point opened for business. On the evening of September 2, 1898, a local newspaper reporter checks into the hotel and is seated in the northeast balcony. Around that same time, Mrs. Paradine was escorting a group of children, including 3 of her own, for a relaxing day at the beach. Leaving the Massasauga beach and making their way over to the dock, the group decides to take a schooner to take them to the foot of State Street. As the schooner pulls away from the dock, the news reporter over at the Tracy Point Hotel hears the laughter from the rowdy group of young beachgoers who have chosen to sit on the front of the boat. The reporter said he could hear Mrs. Paradine scold some of the children, instructing them to stay seated. When the schooner was just about to pass by the hotel, a sudden gust of wind filled the sails. This caused the boom arm to swing over, knocking all 8 children off the boat and into the water. The fact that some of the children didn't know how to swim, and the weight of the thick heavy clothing in those days, was an instant recipe for disaster. The children began to thrash around and yell, gasping for air in between short spells of submersion. Mrs. Paradine, who is still on the schooner, begins screaming hysterically. The newspaper reporter hurries out of the hotel and begins running towards the dock. By this time, 2 hotel employees have already secured a small rowboat and are attempting rescue. Meanwhile, the schooner captain finally gets his boat turned around, but doesn't go back to pick the children up. Instead, he docks the boat at the Tracy Point pier and lets Mrs. Paradine off, who had been screaming at him the entire time. By now, the hotel employees in the rowboat had reached the area with the children. The boys were stronger swimmers and were able to tread water longer than the girls, whose heavy dresses weighed them down. Everything happened so fast that many hotel guests could do nothing but watch the horror unfold. When the rescue was over, all the boys had successfully been saved. However, all the girls perished that night. The father of the girls had been notified of the tragedy, and refused to give up. He searched all night. Early the following morning, the bodies of all 4 girls were successfully retrieved. At the funeral, there wasn't a dry eye in the house. For several years, the hotel was leased by the Sommerheim organization. It was used primarily as a social club for German families that had immigrated to Erie. Sommerheim in German means summer home. In the spring of 1900, the property came under control of a newly formed association, who called themselves the Erie Yacht Club. The hotel was converted into a clubhouse, and that summer, the yacht club opened, and was known as Station No. 1 at Tracy Point. The yacht club was an instant success, but the celebration wouldn't last long. In the winter of 1902, the Tracy Point Hotel burns to the ground. The yacht club is forced to relocate. By this time, the trolleys were operating in Erie, and the pleasure seekers were moving further west, towards Waldameer. Because of this, much of the boat traffic around Tracy Point disappeared, especially with the closing of the Massasauga Hotel next door. The property, known as Tracy Point, then became the private summer residence of Mr. E. Germer. Germer lived at the property for several years before it was acquired to be used as a water pumping station, in the late 1920s. The Summerheim pumping station was an engineering marvel, even by today's standards. The facility consisted of a state-of-the-art water treatment plant on the hill, along with a pump house down on the shore. The water is fed into the pump house by a large pipe that runs under the bay and out into the lake. Today, the Summerheim facility supplies much of the water for Erie. You've been watching Tracy Point on Project Algerine. The Mill Creek Flood. Let's take a look at this devastating event tonight on Project Algerine. Woefully inadequate, could only describe the flood planning for Mill Creek, a 19-mile tributary which empties into Lake Erie and runs directly through the city. The floodplain is already saturated from a series of storms that struck the area over the previous few days. But now, the perfect storm is brewing. A vigorous tropical system was moving up the east coast, which interacted with a low-pressure system over the Great Lakes. As a result, the area saw a once-in-a-650-year storm. Over 250 homes, 300 businesses and structures, and 40 lives are about to be lost. This is the Mill Creek Flood. August 3, 1915. We're at a small stone bridge on 26th Street, between French and State. In the afternoon the clouds begin to thicken up. By 3:30 p.m. it begins raining and continues till 5 a.m. the next day. The torrent of water upstream begins pushing a massive amount of logs and mud against the tiny bridge, in essence creating a dam. The water quickly begins to back up, and creates a large pool, in the area where Veterans Stadium is located today. Police and firefighters respond, as the water continues to rise. The water was now backed up for several blocks, and showed no signs of letting up. A fireman attempted to clear the debris from the culvert, using dynamite, but the effort failed. Word was finally relayed to evacuate the homes and businesses below, but by that time, it was too late. Residents that had gathered nearby couldn't do much but watch the horror unfold before them. At 8:45 p.m., the water crested and broke through the dam, sending a 2-block wall of water, 20 feet high, traveling 25 miles per hour through the city. The bridge at 24th Street was completely obliterated by the force of the water, along with the compounding debris from upstream that seemed to multiply as each block passed. Just below the bridge on 24th Street, between French and State, Erie Fire Chief John McMahon and 25-year-old firefighter John Donovan are in the midst of rescuing a group of women from a home. Witnesses say that Donovan pulled a mother and her baby from the torrent of water, and immediately jumped back in to rescue others. Both men were on the roof of a collapsed house. They just rescued a blind woman from her home when a rush of water lifted the house. One after another, the houses were ripped right from their foundations. Chief McMahon and Donovan clung to the roof of the home for several blocks. Just before smashing into the carriage works, Donovan attempts to push Chief McMahon off the roof to a shallow area. The houses crumpled into the building with great force. Bigger pieces of debris begin to overcome Donovan. Eventually he is struck in the head by a large object, and goes under. Chief McMahon is nowhere to be found. The flood is now several blocks wide and growing. By the time the flood reached the Nickel Plate Railroad, just south of 18th Street, the height of the water was reportedly 15 feet. People came to help search for survivors. A woman heard groans from under a pile of debris on the northern side of the Nickel Plate Railroad bridge, under which contained the missing fire chief. McMahon was stuck under a large pile of debris, along with being embedded in a few feet of mud and muck. It took several men to retrieve him from the area. McMahon is in bad shape. He has several broken ribs from being crushed by debris, and has nearly drowned. He credits the young Donovan with saving his life. After several hours, Donovan's body is discovered nearby. His feet were sticking out from under a pile of rubble. Underneath the pile, he was found still clutching a tree limb. Records show, Donovan saved a lot of people that night. Unfortunately, he couldn't save the people downstream for what was coming next. Erie police officer Harry Grant arrives at 18th and State Street. He is immediately summoned to help with rescue efforts currently underway on 19th and French. Officer Grant, along with a City of Erie electrician, made their way to the area with a large rope. But getting over there wasn't easy, and they crossed the raging torrent of water by crawling across the shaky remains of the Nickel Plate Railroad bridge. Once on the other side, they were able to rescue several people from their homes before the floodwaters carried them away. Just down from here was what could only be described as a horrific sight. On the northeast corner of 18th and French, a trolley has smashed into a storefront. The trolley car was pushed 8 blocks before coming to rest here. A woman's body was discovered here pinned between the trolley wreckage and the building. She had been crushed almost beyond recognition. Moving downstream to 17th and French, people were still running for cover. Almost all the homes were destroyed in this area. Just a block away, on State Street, a shopkeeper said the water was as high as his cash register. He had to escape his store by crawling out the window. Records indicate there was heavy damage to the stores along this area. Some of the shop's basements became filled entirely with mud. The railroad culvert that was behind this factory became clogged with debris. The debris forced the water up and over the culvert. Floodwaters have now reached the railroad tracks. By now, chaos and destruction are happening over large parts of the city. People were either running towards the flood to help rescue other citizens or running away in terror. The sound of the destruction was something that haunted the children in the area for years to come. Just on the other side of the railroad culvert sat the home of Henry Allen. Henry's home was blasted off its foundation by the floodwaters and carried a block away. Henry Allen had drowned. His body was discovered near the remains of his home in the area of 14th and French. Henry, who was known to have trouble with his hearing, may not have even heard the flood approaching. Just down from Henry Allen's was the home of Anna Wiesbauer. Anna was the music teacher for the Erie schools. Her home sat just below 13th and French, before being obliterated by the flood. Her body was found a short distance from her home. The water has now made it to 11th Street, and the most critical area of the city. The power substation, located between 11th and 12th on French, begins to take on water. It's only a matter of a few seconds before the power to the entire city goes out. The destruction on 10th Street between French and Holland was nothing short of catastrophic. 24 people needed to be rescued from the homes along this area. Police and firemen were using anything they could to reach the stranded homeowners. Ropes were tied to trees, and makeshift bridges were even quickly fashioned out of boards or other debris. Just below 10th Street, the body of Cora Anderson was discovered after the flood. She had been swept from a house that collapsed on 17th Street. Eerily today, the baseball field home plate marks the exact spot she was found. 9th Street, between French and Holland, was practically wiped off the map. Erie police officer Larry Zimmer was attempting to rescue Mrs. Stazer from her home before it was destroyed. She slipped from his grasp and fell into the rushing water. The body of a young boy was also found in this area. Oddly, he was wearing swimming attire. The rush of water had now reached 8th Street. This was one of the worst hit areas of the flood, due to the fact it seems a large group of fatalities happened right here. It started with the discovery of Mrs. Stazer's body against the corner of the building. Next, the floodwaters ripped the home of John Higgins right from its foundation, and threw it across 8th Street, smashing it into the building. This caused the home to explode on impact, and disintegrate. All 5 members from the Higgins family perished that night. The family refused to leave the house because their 1-year-old daughter was sick. Rescuers found the body of the sick little girl, clutching her deceased mother. Floodwaters have reached 7th Street and are heading through the center of the block between Holland and German streets. The daughter of George Inglet went missing soon after the flood. Police and firemen searched all night, but she couldn't be found. She was walking to her friend's house on East 7th Street. It appears she may have unknowingly walked directly into the path of the oncoming flood, and was swept away. The floodwaters have now reached 6th Street, continuing to consume everything in its path. 5 more victims of the flood were discovered in the area of 6th and German. Most were from upstream, and just ended up here. Looking at this area today, you would never know such a tragedy happened on this spot 105 years ago. The mayor of Erie, Mayor Stern as he was known, was attending a function at the Lawrence Hotel on West 10th Street when the floodwaters broke. He immediately began to make his way down to City Hall, to take charge of the situation. Upon arriving at City Hall, Mayor Stern found several families who had lost their homes had already gathered. He instructed him to be taken to an armory building just below 5th and State Street. Meanwhile, the floodwaters were making their way through the last remaining blocks of the city. The water, continuously spreading outward, had lost much of its force by now. This made the damage to homes much less severe than it was on the structures upstream. The floodwaters have now reached the bay. But the chaos hasn't stopped. at least not yet for the citizens of Erie. Mayor Stern had the grim task of ordering the steamboats at the public dock to search the bay for survivors, and for the others that didn't make it. Throughout the night, the steamboats searched for survivors. Rescue efforts were hampered by the amount of debris in the water. Several boats eventually retrieved the remains of flood victims that had been washed out into the bay. The rain ended just before sunrise, and this gave the citizens of Erie the first real look at the destruction that had been done. The following morning, over 100 people were standing outside of the city mall. They were waiting to identify missing friends and family members. The loss of life and damage to the city was immense. The mayor called up the militia to help protect citizens from wandering into unsafe areas. The cleanup effort would be a slow and arduous process. Dynamite was used to bring down partially collapsed structures, until citizens complained that the sound reminded them of the approaching flood. The funeral for hero fireman John Donovan was held at St. Patrick's Church. There wasn't an empty seat to be had in the entire place. The damage to the city was estimated at more than $3 million. Not counting the continuing losses that the railroad was taking since the flood had severed their east-west rail line. But another round of bad news was about to hit the city. Fire Chief McMahon, who was saved by fellow firefighter John Donovan, had passed away at his home on 4th Street, 27 days after the flood. He had contracted typhoid pneumonia. Chief McMahon's funeral procession passed directly in front of the firehouse. To prevent this from happening again, Mill Creek was completely encased in a 2-mile tube that runs under the city. The large tube measures roughly 22 by 18 feet high, and is made entirely out of concrete. The tube is large enough to drive a truck through, and was designed to handle roughly 11,000 cubic feet of water per second. A short distance upstream, a drift catcher was fabricated to collect logs and other debris, sort of acting as a filter. Nobody knows if it will happen again. But one thing is for sure, Mother Nature will eventually test that theory. You've been watching the Mill Creek Flood on Project Algerine. Blackhand Death. Let's find out more about this bizarre incident tonight on Project Algerine. Sometimes, there are events which transpire which are so shocking and unusual, they become difficult for a city to forget. It's these events which eventually become the local folklore. Many would become used in the tales they taught to children, in the hopes that they would not suffer the same dark fate in which many of these stories end. Take for example, this story dating all the way back to 1911. This is the story of Blackhand Death. In the early morning hours of February 8, 1911, a local milkman named Louis Waldemir hears strange chiseling sounds along his route on West 19th Street, just across from the Erie Cemetery. Around noon that same day, a couple of women were walking through the Erie Cemetery, when they happened upon the mausoleum of the late industrialist William L. Scott. The large bronze doors of the mausoleum were left partially open, and the women slowly approached closer, to take a look inside. The women make a grisly discovery. The tomb has been opened, and the bodies have been removed from their caskets, with one body missing entirely. The body was that of William L. Scott's sister-in-law, Anna McCullum. The Erie Police Department was called into action, and the first thing they did was notify the daughter of the late William L. Scott. Annie Wainwright Scott was the wife of prominent lawyer Charles Strong. The Strongs lived in a large mansion at the corner of West 6th and Peach Street. The home today now belongs to Gannon University. With her husband currently away on business, Annie begins to take matters into her own hands. She telephones a Pittsburgh detective agency that her husband had used few years earlier. Private Detective Gilbert Perkins makes his way from Pittsburgh to Erie, along with his partner Mr. Franklin, arriving from Philadelphia. The pair of detectives checked themselves into the Reed House, located on the corner of 6th and French, on February 11th. The Reed House was Erie's most distinguished hotel at the time. The pair hired a large group of men, and even brought in a pack of bloodhounds from Indiana. That's about the time when things took an even darker turn. The very next day, Annie Strong meets with Detective Perkins, who immediately believes the Strongs are in great danger. Perkins reiterates to Annie again that these are desperate men, and that they may want to do harm to both her and her husband Charles. On the morning of February 12th, a bullet was fired through the office window of Charles Strong. The very next day Mr. Strong, who had since returned home from business, receives one of the first of two letters sent to the Strongs. The letter said to leave $50,000 at 31st and Pennsylvania Avenue, on the night of February 29th at 12 midnight. Otherwise we will blow up your mausoleum. The letter also said, if you bring any police on the 29th, my men will be forced to shoot them. The letter was signed Blackhand Death. Perkins notices the letter is torn on one side, and tells the Strongs he believes those responsible will send another letter, with the corresponding torn piece, matching up with the paper from the first. Perkins insists that Annie and Charles must have made some very powerful enemies. The Strongs both came from very wealthy families. Both families were led by shrewd businessmen, which tend to make a lot of enemies over time. But this time, it's something completely different. The following morning, Perkins makes his way across the park from his hotel to the post office. He meets with the postmaster of Erie, Mr. Sobel. He shows Mr. Sobel the letter and wants the post office to be on the lookout for more. Mr. Sobel comments about the spelling errors, and believes the culprits to be incompetent and illiterate. The very next day, the Strongs received their second letter. This letter, much like the first, was full of misspelled words and jumbled phrases. The threat, however, was still very real. This letter threatened to blow their brains out. With a ransom deadline fastly approaching, Perkins suggests the Strongs pay the ransom and be done with it. He stressed that this would be the fastest way to end this ordeal and retrieve the missing remains of Mrs. McCullum. On February 23, a third letter arrived at the Erie police station, addressed to the chief. And if the police were not previously aware of this extortion attempt on the Strongs, they are well aware of it now. It's ransom night in Erie, and the clock is ticking down to 0. Would the Strongs pony up and pay the ransom? Will the mausoleum be blown up if the ransom is not paid? Will further attempts on the Strongs' lives happen after tonight? It's believed that the stress caused by these events affected both Annie and Charles in different ways. Seeing your father's grave desecrated isn't going to do any good for any relationship. When it came down to it, the Strongs didn't pay the $50,000 ransom. Instead, the federal government got involved, because the letters were being sent through the mail system. It's believed that the postmaster in Erie, Mr. Sobel, became suspicious when Perkins came to see him. Knowing the letters were in violation of federal law, an investigation had been started. On April 13, the United States Postal Authorities ordered both the arrest of Mr. Perkins, who had fled to Indianapolis, and Mr. Franklin, who was back in Philadelphia. What neither man knew was that the people controlling the estate of the late William L. Scott had hired their own set of investigators after learning of the mausoleum burglary, and were conducting their own parallel investigation, along with the feds. At the trial for the two men, Franklin confessed to being the one who wrote the letters, while Perkins continued to proclaim his innocence. Both men were sent to prison for using the federal mail system in their extortion attempt. The other team of investigators had discovered that the body of Mrs. McCullum had not been removed from the mausoleum, after all. At some point during the mausoleum burglary, her remains were somehow transferred into another nearby coffin. The extortion attempt really took a toll on the Strongs' relationship. They continued to drift further apart over the coming years, as Annie remained in the 6th Street home while Charles moved into his summer estate, on the west bank of Presque Isle Bay. Things were never really the same again after that. Some believed the Strongs suffered from a curse. Perhaps, we'll never know. You've been watching Blackhand Death on Project Algerine. Kahkwa. This 130-year-old social organization spawned a historic Erie neighborhood. Let's take a look tonight on Project Algerine. It's 1893, and a new social organization is forming in Erie. The club's original charter states the purpose of the club would be for the advancement of water sports. A site was located, and a 10-year lease was signed for the property, which was owned by the estate of John Tracy. A new clubhouse was erected at what today would be the western end of South Shore Drive. Welcome to the Kahkwa Club. A name suggested by Henry Catlin. The property borders Summerheim Drive to the west, Indiana Drive to the east, and from West 6th Street to the bay. The club's primary activities were closer to a yacht club, more than anything else. Boats were purchased and a boathouse was constructed over the bank along the shoreline. The club gained 105 members in its first year, and continued to grow each year. The property began to host large parties for its members and their guests. Porch parties were popular in the spring and fall, with outdoor, picnic-style events being the favorite during the hot summer months, along Erie's shoreline. On the evening of March 15, 1899, while a party in the clubhouse was underway, a boiler suddenly erupted in the basement. Thankfully, 2 young stewards were nearby and extinguished the fire before it could spread. Chief McMahon, of the Erie Fire Department, came to thank the 2 heroic gentlemen the very next day. By 1899, times were changing, and the game of golf began taking over early country clubs across the United States. Kahkwa had a problem: it didn't have enough land for a golf course. At that same time, a newly formed Erie Golf Association had secured 75 acres of land, just a quarter-mile east of the club. Known as the Golf Links, many of Kahkwa's early members began playing the course, its first few seasons. With 4 years left on its lease, the club began to explore new options. In those remaining years, the other pleasure resorts around them began to close, starting with the Massasauga Hotel. The message became clear: if the club were to survive, it would need to come up with a plan pretty quick. In early 1903, an opportunity presented itself to the members of the club. A deal was struck with the Golf Links, a quarter-mile down the bay, which was operating on the old Reed farm. The arrangement would provide the McCain Realty Company with a small strip of land. Today, this land is Lincoln Avenue. Welcome to the Ferncliff subdivision. Building lots were sold beginning at $385, all the way up to $550 for the waterfront lots. The home lots were marketed on the east side of the street with backyard views of the Frontier Farm, and the homes on the west side of the street would overlook the new country club. All the utility lines were run back behind the homes here. No unsightly power poles or wires are visible from the road. The realty company constructed concrete steps to the lots on the water. The roadway didn't extend down that way for around another 20 years. Coincidentally, the name Ferncliff just happened to be the name of a racehorse living at the Algeria farm, owned by the estate of William L. Scott, who also coincidentally owned the Frontier Farm, directly bordering this property. The new Kahkwa Club would be accessible by the new trolley service, horse-drawn carriage, or a steamship ride from the foot of State Street. The property borders West 8th Street to the south, Maryland Avenue to the west, Ferncliff to the east, and down to the bay. The members of the club selected a spot on the bluff for their new clubhouse. Built by the Constable Brothers Construction Company at a cost of $20,000. It took 9 months to build the exterior, and several more to finish the interior. When the club opened the following spring, the size of the crowd was amazing. It's as if every member showed up for opening day, and each with them brought 10 guests. The Kahkwa Club has successfully reinvented itself. But the club may have once again boxed themselves in. By 1905, the Kahkwa organization has successfully transitioned itself from a yacht club to a country club. Now, complete with a Regulation 9-hole golf course that stretches the entire length of the property. Membership at the new club explodes. In the beginning, practically everyone required lessons. The entire concept of the game was new to most people in the United States at the time. This also created a new industry for the equipment manufacturers. The clubhouse would continue to host parties with many dignitaries, including several judges from the Supreme Court of the state. One of the most legendary golf matches in the course's history took place here on October 10, 1913. Professional golfer Thomas McNamara stopped by for what turned out to be a very heated exhibition match with three of Erie's finest golfers at the time: Messrs. Williams and McAllister. In the morning, McNamara does a practice round, breaking the course record at 32. This only seemed to antagonize the other three men. By lunchtime, McAllister was up by 2 strokes, and the crowds began to grow larger. McNamara eventually won the exhibition match, but not by very much, as Mr. Williams loudly exclaimed to the crowd, providing the other gentlemen a good laugh at McNamara's expense. The 4 men adjourned to the clubhouse for an evening of entertainment. Accessing the clubhouse was done by going north on Lincoln Avenue, and west across Bayview Drive. The golf course took up every inch of the property. The members used a footbridge to access the other side of the ravine. By 1916, golf was becoming a popular sport. To handle the increased interest in the game, many other clubs quickly expanded their courses to the customary 18 holes. Kahkwa didn't have that option. The Kahkwa Club would again need to relocate if it were to continue to survive. It's 1916 and another pivotal point in the history of the Kahkwa Club. In a last-ditch effort, the club attempted to purchase the property west of Maryland Avenue. But it still wouldn't provide the club with the space it required, so the club was forced to move yet again. Welcome to Swanville, a tiny farming community just west of Erie. The club purchased 200 acres of farmlands to convert into a course. The Kahkwa organization hired a man by the name of Donald Ross. Ross was the premier golf course architect in the country at the time. The course would be constructed in 2 sections, with 9 holes each. Meanwhile, back at the old Kahkwa property, a man named Jesse Root purchases the property with his brother and another man, with the intentions of subdividing the property for new homes. But the new Kahkwa Park is immediately put on hold when the United States government came calling. Welcome to a military base known as Camp Bigger, named after the late Brigadier General James H. Bigger. Towards the end of World War I, hundreds of men called this place home. Companies E and G of the 18th Regiment marched into town in April of 1917 and set up camp directly on the former golf links. On July 3, hundreds of troops held a battle reenactment at Perry Square. Towards the end of August, the men moved on. But this wouldn't be the last time that the property would be host to a camp. Beginning in 1918, a priest by the name of Father Gerald Dugan ran a small camp for the children of the parishioners of St. Andrew's Church. It quickly became known as Camp Dugan. The camp consisted of an exercise yard, parade grounds, and 24 dog tents purchased by the quartermaster when the army was camped in Kahkwa Park the previous year. Meanwhile, F.G. Diefendorf has been awarded the contract to construct the roads, curbs, water lines, and sewers for the Kahkwa Park subdivision. A task, which will involve 30,000 square yards of concrete, 12,000 feet of sewer lines, and 24,000 feet of curbing. Over at the Swanville property, the Kahkwa Club has opened the first 9 holes of their new course, and the clubhouse is set to open in just a few weeks. Back down at the old property, the former clubhouse has been converted into a grand hotel by the new management, and who have reportedly added 50 rooms. The Kahkwa Park Inn would become host to dances, parties, weddings, and conventions. On August 7, 1920, then Bishop John Gannon accompanied 100 young children from the St. Joseph's Orphanage, located on East 3rd Street, with a visit to Camp Dugan on the Kahkwa Park property. Both the children and the bishop fell in love with the property on that trip. This made the bishop set out to purchase 10 acres from the Kahkwa Park Realty Company, and develop the site into a brand new orphanage. The new St. Joseph's Orphanage would be located on the northeast corner of West 6th Street and Maryland Avenue. The orphanage would be run by the Sisters of St. Joseph. Many people pledged money to help construct the new orphanage, but when it came time to collect, the bishop was left with $80,000 still due. The orphanage opened in 1924, and could house 700 children at the same time. St. Joseph's Orphanage closed in 1971. The last remaining child at the facility was adopted on December 12 of that same year. Still, that's not the end of the story to Kahkwa Park. By now, the back 9 holes are being finished at the new Kahkwa Club, and the clubhouse has already opened. Coincidentally, the clubhouse was constructed by Henry Schenk, the same man who constructed the private stables on the Algeria farm. Meanwhile, Kahkwa Park is running into problems. And the home lots aren't selling, because the city is behind on its promise to extend the city sewer. When the Kahkwa Realty Company complained to the city, the response they received wasn't what they expected. The city responded aggressively. It appears upon inspection of the subdivision plans, the original developers labeled the lots on the waterfront as a public park, and the city wanted ownership of that park. The city sued the Kahkwa Park Realty Company in court, demanding they turn over the deeds to that property, and evict each of those families from their homes, going as much as calling them squatters. The Erie Yacht Club, who was now just to the west, offered a strip of land to the city. After they accepted the gift, the city apparently threatened to evict them as well. The Kahkwa Park Realty Company then turned over the deed to the ravine, to the city, to be used as a park. The Erie Extension Canal, this once great waterway of the past, ran directly through the city of Erie. Let's retrace its path, tonight on Project Algerine. In 1831, the state of Pennsylvania set out to construct the Erie Extension Canal. The canal would allow for shipping and passenger service from Lake Erie to the Ohio River, just outside of Pittsburgh. By 1843, the last leg of the canal construction was taken over by the Erie Canal Company, which was owned by local businessmen Daniel Dobbins and Rufus Reed. The pair convinced the state to sell them the entire canal for the sum of $4 million. And the canal was brought into the city, and then terminated in a large basin in Presque Isle Bay. It was no coincidence that the docks bordering this basin were each owned by Daniel Dobbins and Rufus Reed. They both stood to profit heavily from the use of the canal. The West Basin, selected for the northern terminus of the canal, was already slightly historic. Some of the ships used in battle during the War of 1812 were made right here. This area quickly became the heart of Erie's shipping community. Goods would be brought into the bay by steamships and offloaded on the docks. The goods would then be loaded onto packet boats, specially made boats for the canal, and then sent upstream. The canal was a huge boom to the economy of Erie. Local manufacturers could now ship their products much faster and much more affordable than before. The canal opened for business on December 5, 1844. The very first packet boat to reach the Erie Basin brought 26 tons of coal. They originally had a hard time selling it, because most of Erie's furnaces were still burning wood at the time. They eventually found a buyer for the coal at $2 per ton. With the canal open for business, let's begin our journey upstream on the Erie Extension Canal. Our journey begins at the northern terminus of the canal. Originally, the canal was constructed over a small stream that previously existed in this area, named Lee's Run. This is where we would experience our first series of canal locks. Locks are used to raise and lower the packet boats along the canal. This allows the canal to overcome large changes in elevation, such as the bluff seen here. Once you're up on the bluff, and your packet boat makes its way towards West 2nd Street, you encounter another canal lock. Today, the location of that exact canal lock is a simple sidewalk. We turn around one last time to look at the bay, before heading off into the unknown. This canal was a very impressive engineering marvel, even by today's standards. With 137 locks, lifting packet boats over 977 feet in total elevation, over a course of 136 miles. As we move through the canal, between West 2nd and 3rd Street, we come across Oscar Thayer's factory that produced what was known as stoneware. Many of the factories that sprang up along the canal were usually using the canal water as some form of power supply. Immediately after Oscar Thayer's factory, we enter another canal lock, just before passing under our first bridge on West 3rd Street. While we float on, between West 3rd and 4th Street, we can see the Bates and Foster building. They repaired and sold canal boats. The intersection at 4th and Sassafras takes the canal in a new direction. The canal breaks sharp to the right. The canal then ran diagonally, across what is now Gannon University's football field. We arrive at the intersection of West 5th and Myrtle. This was the home to the Oliver and Bacon Canal Mill. This mill produced flour and grist. For a time it was the most widely used grist mill in the city. Today, where the mill once stood, is replaced by houses. And the canal is just an empty lot next door. As our packet boat crosses under the bridge at West 6th Street, just west of Myrtle, the canal makes a slight turn to the southwest. We wouldn't see the large and expansive homes that we see today. We would have seen a barrel factory and a coal lot that was owned by William Todd. It's at this point that the canal reaches one of its most interesting sections. The canal widens and splits off into a small fork. The lock that sits where 7th Street is now today was known as the Waylock Station. The Waylock Station was just west of the gasworks. The gasworks was a precursor to the power company. The wharfs in this area were primarily constructed for the loading and unloading of passengers and cargo that arrived by the canal. You are looking at the main passenger terminus for the Erie Extension Canal. Thousands of early immigrants, making their way west, went through this exact spot. Today, this area looks absolutely nothing like it did in the past. You wouldn't even know that such a large water transit system ever existed here. It took some digging, but our researchers were able to locate an old warehouse from the canal days still standing. It has long since been converted into a private residence. The canal ran just past this building to its south. The Extension Canal continued southwesterly from Chestnut Street to West 8th. A bridge once crossed 8th Street here. This bridge was actually a well-known fishing spot for the locals. The bridge needed to be made higher than the roadway, to give space for the mule teams towing the packet boats underneath. After leaving the bridge on West 8th, we moved diagonally from 8th Street to 9th, stopping halfway through the block. This area was known as Glover's Lock. Glover's was a grocery store that was popular with the boatmen and passengers of the canal. Books describe this place as odorous with coal, codfish, and ship chandlery, which at times was modified by the smell of rotting cabbage, due to lack of cold storage. Leaving Glover's grocery behind, you continue to travel southwestwardly until you come upon another canal lock. The lock was located directly behind this home on the corner of West 10th and Walnut Street. From this lock, the canal heads towards Erie's industrial zone. After a short distance on the canal, we arrive at the pottery. The pottery was located along the canal just below 12th Street, and was famous for its manufacture of brown earthenware. The canal then crossed what was now West 12th Street, just east of the Liberty Street intersection, and continued southwestwardly across what are now a set of railroad tracks. You can make out the outline of what used to be the Burgers Shipyard building in the top left, which did business along the canal. When the canal closed, there was no need for a shipyard in the middle of a city. So, the shipyard closed. Immediately after Burgers Shipyard, the canal passes through the Forge area. This is where the city of Erie planted its industrial roots. Starting with a small shack, the forge grew immensely over the next 100 or so years, to eventually encompass several blocks. The forge was massive, and consisted of thousands of acres. Other industries in the area sprang up to support the ever-growing forge. The canal wormed its way through the forge, following a path that would eventually be replaced by rail lines. Remnants of the canal lock at the forge may still exist underground today, as the forge was notorious for building over top of itself for many years. It's at this point the canal crosses Cranberry Street, just south of 18th, and begins its journey in a more westerly direction. There are still buildings in this area with a footprint that were originally constructed to allow for the canal to pass by next door. The canal meandered along what is now the railroad tracks for quite some distance, passing again behind part of the old forge property. Crossing what is now Green Garden Road, the canal follows a straight path along this industrial corridor. Remnants of this long-forgotten canalway are still visible to those with a keen eye. As the canal approaches Pittsburgh Avenue, it begins to veer a little to the south, and cuts diagonally through the area. A building still sits off-center in the area, due to the canal cutting through its property so many years ago. Just west of Pittsburgh Avenue was the Almshouse Lock. This is the last canal lock on our journey from the bay, and it sits just outside the city limits. The Almshouse Lock was bordered by the Almshouse Fishing Pond to its north. The Almshouse Lock and adjacent pond were fed by the west branch of Cascade Creek. After the canal closed in 1871, the Almshouse Lock was abandoned. By 1891, the large blocks that made up the lock were put into the bottom of the pond adjacent to the former canal lock. Today, the pond has dried up, and the old Almshouse lock is now an area used for dumping refuse. There is no doubt that some of the remains from the old Almshouse canal lock are still buried in that old dried-up pond. The property was recently acquired by Amazon, the online shopping giant, and is slated to become a future distribution center. The wheels of progress. You've been watching the Erie Extension Canal on Project Algerine. Ella's Cafe. Let's take a look at this obscure event, tonight, on Project Algerine. Erie has no shortage of hotels in its history. Take for example, the Reed House, once located at the corner of 6th and French Street. The Lawrence Hotel at 10th and Peach Street was another. The Ford Hotel, located on 6th and State Street, along with the Wilson Hotel, around 14th and State. There was another hotel in Erie, in which not many people remember. Early on, it was referred to as the Kiefer House, and was located between 11th and 12th, on the west side of State Street. The hotel changed its name several times over the years. At one point, it was called the United States Hotel, and another time, it was known as the Arlington. Behind the hotel, on West 11th Street, was a brass foundry called the Hayes Manufacturing Company. They manufactured brass fittings. The hotel seemed to change landlords often, each one citing the same issue. The hotel didn't have the room for a restaurant. This made it difficult to compete with other nearby hotels, especially being directly in the middle of the theatre district. In January of 1887, when M.F. McCarty became the new landlord, everything began to change. McCarty used an outside-the-box approach to solving the hotel's restaurant problem. He would construct a small kitchen, 3 floors up, directly behind the brass foundry. This elevated kitchen would then be connected to the hotel, across the alley, using a covered passageway. The second floor of this new kitchen annex served as sleeping quarters for some of the hotel staff, while the first floor was reserved for storage. The staff could now deliver a guest's meal to any location throughout the hotel, using this overhead accessway. The hotel was renamed once again, this time after the building's owners, two local businessmen and brothers, named Reinhard and Michael Liebel. The Liebel House Hotel opened with all the conveniences one would expect from a high-end establishment, or from one of its competitors' offerings just down the street. From the start, the bar at the Liebel House was said to be one of the finest in the city. Located near the theaters, the constantly changing foot traffic provided a never-ending stream of colorful characters. The hotel's proximity to the train station had a huge impact on the number of guests. Seasons also played a large role. In the winter, people generally wanted to stay closer to the train station. Business was booming at the Liebel House Hotel, and another round of good news was coming its way. In 1898, it was announced that a new passenger station would be constructed just a few blocks from the hotel. The Bessemer and Lake Erie Railroad Station was located just off 12th Street, between Peach and Sassafras Street. This new passenger station would be the final destination for those making their way north from Pittsburgh and beyond. The hotel was used by many traveling businessmen, which would frequently stay as guests. By 1901, the hotel was being managed by a man named Anderson. Anderson ran the hotel without issue, until one fateful night in October of 1901. That's the night things in Erie changed forever. On the evening of October 9, 1901, as the bar at the Liebel House is about to serve dinner, and just as the band was beginning to perform, the boiler at the Hayes Manufacturing Company suddenly explodes. The force of the blast ripped through the walls of the foundry, destroying the kitchen almost instantly. Next, the explosion continued through the hotel, and eventually out the front windows and into State Street. The passage to the kitchen had collapsed, and it was initially believed that kitchen manager, Earle Dolan, had died instantly in the explosion. A call for help was sent out, but these superheroes don't wear capes. The Erie Fire Department quickly raced to the scene. Chief McMahon called in all 40 firemen, along with 35 additional men. A total of 40 horses were used to bring the 8 steam-powered fire engines to the scene. The firemen surrounded the hotel with 7 hose wagons totaling 2,000 feet of cotton rubber-lined fire hose, attached to multiple manning steam-powered water pumps that could handle 1,600 gallons per minute. Firemen began to sift through the wreckage, searching for victims. By 9 o'clock, some of the injured began to arrive at the local hospitals. Several were admitted to Hammett, and a few were taken to nearby St. Vincent's. An investigation into what happened would begin the next day. The following morning, the building is in ruins, and Anderson learns for the first time that miraculously, everyone had survived. He makes his way down to Hammett Hospital, and immediately recognizes Frances Lewandowski. Frances was in the passageway as the boiler erupted. She suffered 2 broken legs, a broken arm, and has internal bleeding. Next, Anderson discovered that kitchen manager Earle Dolan didn't die in the blast. she had been crushed under the rubble by the hot kitchen stove, and was severely burned. It's clear that many people wanted to move forward from this horrific accident, and the buildings involved were quickly rebuilt or repaired. Everything began to quiet down, until September of the following year, when no less than 9 lawsuits were filed against the Hayes Manufacturing Company, including a $10,000 lawsuit from Ella Dolan, who suffered permanent injuries from the boiler explosion. Her injuries were so severe, she couldn't support herself or her family, leaving her children to take jobs. The attorney for Hayes Manufacturing Company successfully argued that the boiler company, along with the company that did the inspections on the boiler, be at fault. After another year of delays, the trial against the boiler and inspection company began. Everyone expected a lengthy trial, but it was over in a single afternoon, when it was announced a group settlement had been reached. Virtually nothing was awarded to the injured, with the $50,000 settlement mostly going to attorneys and the 2 main property owners. Reinhard Liebel was found deceased in his home, just 6 months later, and is buried in Trinity Cemetery. 8 months later, brother Michael Liebel vanishes entirely while visiting a doctor in Buffalo. It's believed he never arrived back in Erie. 3 months after the strange disappearance of Michael Liebel, Ella Dolan passed away, never achieving her dream of operating her own cafe. You've been watching Ella's Cafe on Project Algerine. The Ascension of Earle Sand. Let's find out more about these historic events tonight on Project Algerine. The passion for early flying can be traced back to ancient times, when people looked to the skies with wonder and dreamed of soaring like birds. This desire to fly has led to many incredible achievements throughout history. For many people, the thrill of flying comes from the sense of freedom and adventure that it brings. The ability to soar above the earth, to see the world from a different perspective, and to experience the forces of nature in a way that is truly unique. In the early days of aviation, this passion was fueled by the pioneering spirit of the first aviators, who pushed the boundaries of what was thought possible and laid the foundations for the modern aviation industry. Today, this passion lives on in the hearts of people around the world who are drawn to the magic of flight and the endless possibilities it offers. Whether it be through piloting aircraft, working in the aviation industry, or simply marveling at the beauty of flight, the passion for early flying continues to inspire and captivate people of all ages. But this story is about one particular early aviator. One who would set records, break boundaries, and become a part of Erie's history. This is a story of bravery, perseverance, and determination. Rising above it all. This is the Ascension of Earle Sand. In the spring of 1908, Louis Earle Sand and his brother Walter relocated from Brookville, PA, to Erie. The pair quickly leased a building, once located at 609 French Street. The brothers opened a mechanic shop known as The Star, specializing in automobile and motorcycle repair. Earle, as he was known, is an avid fan of aviation. Earle receives the May 1911 copy of Aircraft magazine, which contains an advertisement for flight instructions being offered in nearby Hammondsport, New York. Earle takes a 6-week course on aeronautics from Glenn Curtiss, an aviation pioneer known for having manufactured and sold the first private aircraft in the United States. After completing the course, Earle takes his life savings and purchases a plane from Curtiss for $4,500 and brings the aircraft back to Erie. A small strip of the Lake Erie shoreline near the foot of East Avenue was picked out. And on November 29, 1911, Earle Sandt was ready to make his inaugural flight. As the sound of the engine began to fill the air, a small crowd of locals begins to gather. The plane begins whisking down the beach, when suddenly, it takes off. Earle Sandt's plane is airborne. Soaring like a bird, although for only a brief moment, before crashing into the sand 45 yards down the beach. Earle suffered a few minor scrapes and scratches, but was uninjured. He was back up in the air the following day. Over the next several weeks, during the winter of 1911-1912, Earle practiced flying around Erie. Earle would hold flying demonstrations from the foot of State Street, using the ice on the bay to take off and land. It was this ice on the bay that gave Earle an idea. And with spring just around the corner, Earle would need to act fast. In the afternoon of February 20, 1912, Earle takes off in his plane. He points the plane to the north and proceeds to fly out over a frozen Lake Erie. Earle is attempting to make the 36-mile flight from Erie to Long Point, Canada. It's never been done and is extremely dangerous. As he made it halfway across the lake, he realized he was the first person to see the middle of Lake Erie from the air. Earle would land his plane near the lighthouse, and also land himself into the record books as the first pilot to make an international flight. Originally planning on spending the night and obtaining more fuel for the return the next day, Earle decides to fly back that evening, using fuel that was recovered from an old lighthouse generator. Several onlookers helped Earle get the plane turned around. The engine sputtered several times, before sparking to life and sending Earle on his return flight home. About halfway across the lake, the engine began to sputter and eventually died out. Earle quickly realized there may have been water in the recovered fuel he used, or possibly a frozen fuel line. Either way, the plane was going down. The plane crashed into the ice about halfway across the lake, leaving Earle to walk the rest of the way home. And to make matters worse, the temperature outside was increasing, causing the ice to begin to melt. Earle finally made it near shore somewhere near Moorheadville Beach. He walked up the road and caught the trolley in Harbor Creek back into Erie. A search party was sent out the next day to recover Earle's plane, but it appeared that the water and ice were too much. The plane was never recovered, but that's not the end to Earle's flying career. The news of Earle's incredible adventure and historic flight spread quickly throughout Erie. Parades were held around town in his honor. Everyone was proud of Earle's achievement and felt bad about the loss of his plane. People attending the parade decided to pass around a hat to collect donations. By the time the parade was over, they had collected enough money to purchase Earle a new airplane. By the end of the following month, Earle was flying again over Erie in his brand new airplane. Earle was once again ready to fly into the history books. Just 4 months later, when on June 15 of 1912, he became the first person to fly over the city of Pittsburgh. It's reported that the first U.S. mail flown in the state of Ohio was piloted by Earle. In 1913, Earle attended the June Festival in Grove City. A flying demonstration by Earle was to be the highlight of the festivities. The plane took off, sailing through the skies like an eagle, as the crowd below cheered with excitement. The demonstration was going as planned, and everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves, that is, until Earle clips a tree branch with the wing of his plane, causing him to lose control and crash into the roof of a house. Earle survived the horrendous crash, but suffered a bad leg injury that quickly became infected with tetanus. An antitoxin was rushed to the hospital in an attempt to save him, but it was too late. Earle tragically passed away on June 22, 1913. He was just 25 years old. You've been watching the Ascension of Earle Sand on Project Algerine. The Waterworks Incident. Let's take a look at this bizarre event, tonight, on Project Algerine. Every once in a while, you come across a story in Erie's history that seems as though it could have been ripped directly out of a Hollywood movie. This next story is no different. The events that transpired here on that evening of July of 1966 quickly escalated to involve local, state, and federal authorities, including 2 countries and multiple United States Air Force bases. The country was put on high alert. Many of the records of what happened that night were determined to be classified and were unavailable to the public for many years. Up until now, it has only been known as case number 10,798. After tonight it will be known as the Waterworks Incident. Our story begins in the early evening hours of July 31st, 1966. Our location is a beach on Presque Isle State Park, in an area known as Waterworks Beach. That evening, 24-year-old Betty Fisher arrives at the park with her boyfriend, Douglas Timmons. They are accompanied by another couple, Jerry Cooper and Misty Hayes, and were reportedly going to enjoy a picnic on the beach, using the car's headlights after sunset. As Timmons pulls his car closer to the table, the picnic is cut short when his car becomes stuck in the sand. After attempts to free the car are unsuccessful, Cooper takes it upon himself to go for help. Minutes later, Betty notices a strange light-off in the distance, and brings it to the attention of Douglas. Misty apparently had an obstructed view from the backseat, while the couple described to her what they saw. As the light moves closer, Betty is terrified. Seconds later, Cooper arrives with the park police. Feeling confident with the police present, Timmons goes off to investigate where they saw the lights. Betty is still in the car, and is suddenly startled by what can only be described as a large monster appearing directly in front of the car. In a panic, she honks the car's horn, and the monster scurries away. It was at this point that Betty tells Misty, "Don't look at the monster," and instructs her to run towards the police car. Timmons has made his way to where he believes the craft has landed. He reportedly heard branches breaking in a small wooded area between the road and the beach. As the sound of the branches breaking is quickly getting closer, Timmons makes a run for the police car. Everyone packed into the police car as it sped off towards the park office. Nobody knew that their lives were all about to change. By the next morning, reports of the strange sighting had reached officials at the United States Air Force Base in Youngstown, Ohio. The top military officials at the base quickly met to discuss the situation back in Erie. It was immediately determined that a further investigation would be required. Major William Hall and his team were dispatched to Erie to begin their investigation. Upon arriving in Erie, the men were taken to the area where the incident had occurred to begin their investigation. Plaster cast molds were made from the impressions left by what was believed to be a spacecraft and footprints from the monster. Major Hall had his team test the entire beach for both gamma and beta radiation. Soil samples were recovered from multiple locations, and the entire beach was combed for clues. Once the local media caught wind of the story, it became an international incident, even attracting UFO groups from around the country. The government took this incident extremely serious. The timing of this event played a key role. NASA's Gemini 10 had splashed down just 10 days prior, and was slated for 2 more missions in the coming weeks. There was some talk at the time that this incident could potentially delay the space program, and the United States would miss its goal of landing a man on the moon by the end of the decade. By August 3rd, officials in Niagara Falls, New York, were being briefed on the situation. The investigation is being turned over to Captain Harry Meyer. Captain Meyer and the rest of his team make their way to Erie. Continuing where the previous team left off, more data is collected from the site. But the city of Erie suddenly had a problem on its hands. The entire town seemed to have flying saucer fever. Reports were coming in from all over town about these strange and unidentified objects. At one point, it got so bad that people stopped visiting Presque Isle, until officials there released a statement, saying the park was indeed safe. Captain Meyer makes his way to Jamestown, New York, a small town southeast of Erie, where Betty Fisher resides. The captain noted that Betty had grown up her entire life here, and was well respected by the community. Upon questioning Betty, Meyer found her responses to be genuine and sincere. Timmons, on the other hand, seemed to waver, and seemed to change little parts of the story each time it was retold. By this time, Timmons was also doing press interviews, and was even interviewed on a local television news show, which in the end, hurt his credibility. While Timmons was enjoying his new fame, the interviews continued with Misty Hayes, who appeared uninterested and indifferent during questioning. Cooper, who wasn't even present for much of the events that night, now believes he too may have seen the monster. With the investigation nearing completion, things around Erie begin to quiet down. For now. Now, thanks to the Freedom of Information Act, we can finally get a look at what the government believed to have happened that fateful night on Presque Isle, 56 years ago. After all the collected evidence had been examined in Ohio, it was determined by Staff Sergeant Earle Schroeder that the incident at Waterworks Beach was most likely a hoax concocted by Douglas Timmons and Betty Fisher. Schroeder's main piece of evidence is the July 28 edition of TV Guide, which shows an episode of Lost in Space, which just happened to air on the local TV station. The plot of that episode was eerily similar to the events that transpired on that beach, even down to the description of the monster. It's believed Jerry Cooper never really witnessed anything, but went along with the hoax. Somehow Misty Hayes became an unwitting accomplice to the incident. An early report showed that the food from the picnic table had been moved by an animal sometime during the night. This led Schroeder to assume the monster that ran in front of the car might have been a large bear. He believed this would also account for the branches snapping in the woods as the bear was drawn to the food. One thing that our researchers discovered that the government didn't was on the exact same night of these bizarre events, at that exact time on the clock, CBS was airing a special news program to citizens of Erie and the world. The title of the show was UFOs, Friend, Foe, or Fantasy. This most likely helped contribute to the mass sightings in the area around that time. As Schroeder's report came to a close, he noted that Betty's testimony did in fact seem credible. You've been watching the Waterworks Incident on Project Algerine. The West Erie Plaza. Located just outside of the city limits. This shopping mecca has been home to thousands of shoppers for over 70 years. But where did it all begin? Let's take a closer look at the West Erie Plaza, tonight, on Project Algerine. It's 1878, and William E. McNair has just sold his farm to the industrious railroad tycoon William L. Scott. The property borders West 8th Street to the north, West 12th Street to the south, and Pittsburgh Avenue to the east. The McNair farm was well maintained and professionally operated for several decades. On June 24, 1893, David Berger was attempting to repair the roof on the barn at the McNair farm. The sun took its toll on the poor 70-year-old David, and he then fell 25 feet, fracturing his hip and sustaining other injuries. 2 weeks later, David Berger died from his injuries. He is buried in Erie Cemetery. After the death of William Scott, the farm was eventually left to his granddaughter, Matilde Townsend Wells. Matilde was the eccentric wife of Sumner Wells, who was the Secretary of State for Franklin Roosevelt. At the time, Matilde's claim to fame was blowing much of her family's inheritance on Catherine the Great's jewels and tiara. Matilde eventually sold the farm property in 1949, just 2 months before passing away unexpectedly in Switzerland. On May 5, 1949, the West Erie Plaza Corporation officially registered in the state of Pennsylvania. And on August 12, the news of the new shopping plaza was released to the public. The West Erie Plaza would contain a world-class movie theater, restaurants, and retail shops built by local construction companies. Work would begin immediately on Phase 1 of the project, which consisted of the theater and a few storefronts. On December 15, 1950, Dipson Theatre opened to a packed house. It was one of the largest theatres in its day, and could seat over 1,300 patrons per showing. The theatre, decked out in true 1950s fashion, featured marble walls and tapestries. The mirrors, in the ladies' restroom, were tinted a slight peach color. This, along with the lighting, made everyone look like a celebrity. This movie palace boasted a large formal staircase to the mezzanine and the first fireproof projection booth. Some of the stores to open during Phase 1 construction were Brown & Jones Drugs, the Winter Company, and First National Bank. The popularity of the new shops and theater, Phase 2 construction on the plaza was started right away. But not before redirecting Cascade Creek, which ran directly through the site of the future stores. After the successful diversion of Cascade Creek, to run parallel to Pittsburgh Avenue, Phase 2 of the project moved forward quickly. This was the third known time in history that Cascade Creek has been altered through this area. The first was around 1833. To this day, you can still see the dip in the parking lot where Cascade Creek originally ran, directly through the middle. The McNair barn sat just on the other side of the creek, replaced now by a lamp post. Ironically, the pole is roughly 25 feet high, marking the approximate height and location where David Berger fell 127 years ago. The West Erie Plaza continued to grow quickly in those early years. New stores seemed to be opening almost constantly. The G.C. Murphy Company opened in 1955. Murphy's was a Pittsburgh-based five and dime store selling practically everything you could imagine, from gold earrings to goldfish. Murphy's was probably best known for its lunch counter. The Halle Brothers Company was a Cleveland-based department store that opened here in 1955, and then expanded the building in 1968. They specialized in higher-end clothing, for both men and women. Loblaws, a Canadian-based grocery store chain, opened here in 1962. Loblaws was known at the time for its fresh fruits and vegetables. They had several stores in the Erie vicinity at the time. The Loblaws chain eventually left the United States, but is still in operation in the Toronto area today. The Boston store opened in the West Erie Plaza in 1968. Founded in Erie in 1885, the Boston store was eventually bought by the Joseph B. Horn Company of Pittsburgh. All the Plaza's stores remained full for some time. Vacancies were usually snatched up quickly. At one point, the West Erie Plaza was considered one of the largest shopping plazas in the country. But that was all about to change. On March 6, 1972, the first shot was fired, in a retail war, for your dollars and attention span. Just a short distance away, developers were planning a new kind of retail establishment, to lure away shoppers from the plazas, along with their wallets. On November 10, 1975, the Mill Creek Mall opened to the public. One of the first indoor malls of its kind in the country. This massive structure featured over 100 stores, and contained a 3-screen movie theater. For the first time, people could wander between stores, without fear of the weather. This was especially attractive to the citizens of Erie, where temperatures in February can reach below zero. The new competition from the Mill Creek Mall wasn't the only bad news for the West Erie Plaza that year. The Pennsylvania Department of Transportation launched an initiative to extend Interstate 79 north, from 26th Street to 12th. The state's plan was to relocate 200 families from the Delaware Place housing development, and replace them with a high-speed corridor to the interstate highway system. This proposed highway interchange would be located just east of the West Erie Plaza. The project would force many businesses to close that were in its path, along West 12th Street. When it was finished, it had the opposite effect as intended. Instead of bringing more people from the south of the railroad tracks to the plaza, the highway served as an expressway to the newer Mill Creek Mall for the people living north of the tracks, thus accelerating the deterioration of the West Erie Plaza towards the end of the last century. The plaza started going through a really weird period. An attempt to reinvent itself in the 1980s was made by remodeling the original massive movie palace into 4 separate smaller screens. Many believe this destroyed much of the original charm of the theater. Art installations were placed in front of several stores, such as the Moving Rock, a mirror reflection sculpture, and the Good Time Clock, seen here. It was the last time any money was invested in the property for the next 30 years. Due to declining ticket sales and growing maintenance costs, the Plaza Theatre closed at the end of December 2008. Its final showing was the film Yes Man, starring Jim Carrey. Nobody knew if the theatre would ever open again. On May 6, 2012, it was announced that a local investment group purchased the Plaza property from a then out-of-state owner, with plans to redevelop the site and possibly find a new tenant for the theatre. It was the first positive news about the Plaza in quite some time. Then came the challenge to the developers. How do you modernize a more than a half-century-old shopping plaza for today's consumer? The buildings back then were long and narrow. This is because the shops in the 1950s needed more room to hold their inventory. This isn't the case anymore, and retailers today want wider, more shallow buildings with larger window frontage. In 2013, the first order of business was a new facade for the last 2 remaining storefronts. although it wasn't known by the public at the time, this new facade was really only temporary. In the spring of 2015, demolition began on the north end of the plaza. Ironically, this is the first section of the plaza built way back in 1950. There were no wrecking balls on this job site. This demolition was carried out with the utmost precision. The theatre remained vacant, while demolition on the rest of the site progressed throughout 2015. The Boston Store's old building was completely torn down and removed from the site. The buildings were gutted, down to their frames. And a courtyard was cut into the middle section of the plaza, allowing for more retail space around it. As the plaza's future was starting to take shape, news broke about the future of the plaza's theatre. After a multi-year exhaustive search to find a new tenant, along with the cost of remodeling and updating the now dilapidated theatre, it was determined it would be cost prohibitive. Dipson's Theatre would be torn down in the spring of 2016. Construction on the West Erie Plaza continued throughout the summer of 2016. New concrete walkways were poured, along with new trees and landscaping. LED lighting was also added to the parking lot. A large metal archway hangs over the center courtyard, which lights up each night. By 2018, the West Erie Plaza had more new retail stores in it than it's had in the past 20 years. Visitors to the West Erie Plaza now enjoy high-end retail shopping, along with world-class dining. At the end of 2020, the West Erie Plaza is now almost completely filled. This has been the West Erie Plaza on Project Algerine. The Big Shift. Let's take a look at these historic events tonight on Project Algerine. If there's one fascinating era in Erie's history, it would be about the transition from riding on horseback to riding in cars. The adoption of the automobile in Erie, as with other cities in the world, didn't just happen overnight. The time frame between 1890 and 1940 is considered to be part of this great transition. It was also known as the Big Shift. The horse-to-car transition in Erie was gradual, complex, and often difficult for everyone involved. The first step in getting people off the horse was the mass production of the bicycle. In the late 1800s, bicycle making in Erie began to thrive. The Warfel and Arbuckle Bicycle Shop, which was once located at 1529 Peach Street, is one example. Like much of the country at the time, bicycles in Erie became widely popular. Simple economics played a role in the transition to bicycles. They didn't require food or water. Bicycles empowered people like never before and crossed many socio-economic barriers, but for those who were considered wealthy, another new form of personal transportation was just around the corner. In 1898, successful brewery owner Jackson Kohler of Erie hires Alexander Winton of Cleveland, Ohio, to build him an automobile. Winton, a prominent local bicycle manufacturer in Cleveland, delivered the car to Mr. Kohler personally. It took him and a mechanic over 5 hours to drive the car to Erie. The first car in Erie parked at Jackson Kohler's home, located at 2123 Peach Street. Alexander Winton stayed in Erie for an entire week teaching Mr. Kohler how to drive. Next, George Black bought a Renault, made in France, and assembled here in the States. The car was famous for its front sloping hood, and also for breaking down, quite often. Soon after, Charles Lagiel purchased a steam-driven locomobile designed by two brothers named Stanley. The Stanley brothers would eventually sell the locomobile business in 1901, and go on to create the famous Stanley steamer. That same year, Frank Bacon bought a car from Massachusetts called the Knox Waterless. In 1902, Dr. Palmer, Bob Saltzman, and Otto Behrend all bought the new model of the Knox Waterless. George Black finally gave up the Renault, and bought himself a Winton. Owning a car in Erie was difficult in the early days. There wasn't a vast network of service stations, or knowledgeable mechanics yet. Also, there was another local industry in Erie that was just beginning to see the adoption of the automobile as the primary competition. In 1901, brothers Jacob and Louis Roth begin the Erie Auto Coach Company. But it quickly failed, due to the fact that the vehicle's design gave view to the women riders' ankles and petticoats, which was considered indelicate at the time. They learned a great deal about operating a business, and just 2 years later in 1903, the Roths add a Cadillac dealership to their bicycle business and never looked back. Today, Roths is the oldest, continuously operating Cadillac dealer in the world. While automobile purchases explode in the community, the infrastructure to support these new cars still needed a lot of work. Most roads were still just made of dirt, and susceptible to poor conditions. In those days, your commute to work would look entirely different. Dust and dusters, honking horns and nervous horses, goggles and cranks, spark levelers and hand throttles, mud holes and clincher tires, were all part of a new lingo one must learn to survive driving in Erie in those early days. All this, just to commute to work in the mornings. One evening in 1906, at a bar on State Street, several carmen discussed the differences between one-lung and two-lung engines. They've decided to plan out an automobile race from Erie to Northeast to test their theory. The gentlemen have also agreed to a side bet of $10. By the next morning, word had spread through the city, as large crowds began to gather. E.R. Dench was driving a two-cylinder autocar, which was known to be fast around sharp turns. The crowd waited with anticipation at the other end. A cloud of dust came barreling into town. It was Jacob Roth, with his single-cylinder Cadillac, winning both the $10 and, more importantly, bragging rights, which last to this day. He beat E.R. Dench's car by a staggering 10 minutes. Another fascinating story, in the adoption of the automobile in Erie, happened in 1910. Jack Curtis purchased a fancy Italian race car, known as a Zust. The car came complete, with a coon skin jacket and a racing cap. One day, Jack was racing around Perry Square. The Zust was just about to make the corner on North Park Road, when the engine suddenly died out. The car slowly rolls to a stop, in front of the home of Charles Strong, on West 6th and Peach Street. Curtis attempts to start the car several times, before the engine begins backfiring. It's at this point that Annie Strong called the Erie police, and had Jack Curtis thrown in jail, including his racing cap. After about an hour, one of the staff tipped off Mr. Strong of what transpired with his wife earlier, causing him to run to the police station and release Mr. Curtis, apologizing profusely. Jack Curtis immediately sold the Zust and bought a Simplex the following year. By 1911, many people still looked at cars with great wonder and amusement, while others saw opportunity for entirely new professions. A major moment in the adoption of the automobile in Erie came on leap year, February 29, 1912. That was the date of Erie's first automobile show. Practically everyone in Erie attended the event. The news reporting played a big role. The paper depicted everyday citizens of Erie, some your friends and neighbors, shopping for automobiles. The depictions used in the newspaper coverage helped with the adoption of the automobile, and served as a sign of its social acceptance. From that point on, it was only a matter of time before everyone wanted an automobile. And now, just look how far we've come. You've been watching The Big Shift on Project Algerine. Operation Inland Seas. Let's find out more about this historic event tonight on Project Algerine. Erie has had its share of military visitors over the years. In previous episodes we learned about an encampment at the Algeria farm in 1893, and then another encampment in 1917 at the Kahkwa Park property. But now, the government has come calling once again. this time, to help honor the opening of the St. Lawrence Seaway in 1959. Then President Dwight D. Eisenhower wanted to use the occasion for military exercises, and to showcase the strength of the United States military. The city of Erie would play the role of a small country, going through a violent revolution. Plans were drawn up for a large-scale invasion of Erie. A spot was picked out on Presque Isle State Park, just east of Beach 10, for the invasion to make its way onto shore. The United States Navy began to move its equipment into position. The operation would be led by Rear Admiral George Wales, who was commander of the amphibious group of the U.S. Atlantic Fleet. Meanwhile, Brigadier General Frank Thoren, commanding general of the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing, was landing at the Erie airport. Local businesses embraced the operation, and as the word got out of the impending invasion, the tourists began to flock into the city to catch a glimpse. But nobody knew what to expect the following day. Wednesday, July 22, 1959, started like any other day in Erie. But that was all about to change. The Navy moved their ships into position, just offshore. Meanwhile, the Marines have dispatched several Skyhawk jets that are en route to the area. The Navy destroyer, the USS Kleinsmith, fired a blank charge at the beach, while explosives that were planted in the sand before the event were detonated from a short distance. The invasion has begun. Over 1,200 Marines begin their amphibious assault on Presque Isle. A new wave of troops would arrive on the beach about every 5 minutes. Once the men made it to the beach, they were hit with a simulated firefight, including live grenades. By now, the Marines have taken control of much of this area of the beach, but the fight is far from over. The Skyhawk jets would drop simulated charges upon each pass. Special squads of men were assigned to seek out and disable any mines found buried in the sand. Smoke and fire littered the beach as the men continued the battle. A 5,800-pound rocket, known as an Honest John, was brought into position. This portable atomic weapon had a 12-mile range and flew at speeds greater than Mach 2. The coordinates for Erie were entered into the rocket. The rocket was not fired. Just then, a Skyhawk jet flew past and began to climb, almost straight up, to an altitude of 500 feet. The plane leveled off and plotted a course over the beach. Once over its target, the plane released its payload onto Presque Isle just below. The event ended with a large simulated atomic explosion, along with a giant mushroom cloud over the beach. When the operation was over, smoke and haze still filled the air for several hours. It's believed that anywhere between 60,000 and 100,000 people witnessed the invasion, from the banks along Erie's bayfront, and from specially designated areas of Presque Isle. The entire invasion lasted about 1.5 hours. It was one of the largest crowds on Presque Isle ever reported at the time. The following morning, we learned of the casualties of yesterday's mock invasion of Presque Isle. An enlisted man broke his knee and another almost drowned. A sergeant had a sprained ankle, and hundreds of troops suffered minor cuts and scrapes. The servicemen enjoyed Erie very much, and many local businesses rallied together to participate in the festivities. The next day, the line of people wanting their camera film developed was staggering. A local candy maker created a 15-pound chocolate salute to present to the commanding officers of Operation Inland Seas. On the last night of the operation, 2 Navy submarines quietly exited the channel, onto their next destination in Rochester. To this day, Operation Inland Seas is still the largest military display the city of Erie has ever experienced. You've been watching Operation Inland Seas on Project Algerine. Raising Niagara. Let's take a look at these historic events, tonight, on Project Algerine. It's 1813, and 27-year-old naval commander Oliver Hazard Perry is in the middle of what later becomes known as the Battle of Lake Erie. Perry's ship, named the Lawrence, has just sustained significant damage while fighting against the larger British warships. In a split-second decision, he transfers over to the Niagara with the remaining men, and continues to command the Niagara into winning the Battle of Lake Erie against the British, thus making Oliver Hazard Perry a national war hero. Thankfully, 1 year earlier, local resident Daniel Dobbins convinced the government to build a fleet of ships here in Erie, after being detained himself by a group of British soldiers during the fall of Detroit. 2 locations were selected in which to construct the ships. One at the foot of Cascade Creek, which at the time had a large waterfall and an abundance of trees. The second location was at the foot of Peach Street. This area is known as the West Basin. This shipbuilding operation drew experienced tradesmen to the area, many of which remained in Erie after the war. Before going into battle, Oliver Perry trained alongside his men for several months. It's said that out of the 9 ships constructed here in Erie, really only 2 were battle-worthy, the Lawrence and the Niagara. After the war was over, the Niagara was brought back to Erie, and assigned to the Presque Isle station where it remained close to home. By 1820, the need for a warship in Erie became unnecessary, and the Niagara was brought into Misery Bay at Presque Isle and intentionally sunk. The Niagara would lay on the bottom for another 97 years. That is, until a celebration was planned in Perry's honor. But what would be remaining, if anything, of this once great ship? In 1912, a commission was formed for the planning of the Perry Centennial, a week-long celebration in Perry's honor, which would also restore the world-famous Niagara. So, it's back to Misery Bay. Divers were sent down, and discovered the ship laying on its side. The ship's masts were the first items brought up. A small crane was brought in, and wood cribbing was erected to assist with the recovery efforts. The ship was discovered to be built of oak, cedar, and black walnut, timbers cut from the shorelines of Erie, almost a century ago. The ship had been found laying on its side, which made the damage much worse than anticipated. A local shipbuilder by the name of William Parsha was hired for the reconstruction on the Niagara. Parsha and his men went over every inch of the ship, reusing whatever original pieces they could. The reconstruction progressed throughout the spring. Eventually, the form of a ship was coming into view. The reconstruction efforts were hampered at times, because nobody could find the original plans for the ship. Parsha and his men had to make adjustments to the ship build frequently to account for this. On June 7, 1913, a small ceremony was performed on the shoreline of Misery Bay, for the relaunching of Perry's Niagara. Niagara was outfitted with a new bowsprit, ropes, rigging, and reproduction cannons supplied from the Boston Naval Yard. Below deck, the ship contained storage for weapons and food. This also doubled as the sleeping quarters for the men. Without a crew to help the ship sail, Niagara had to be towed into position. News reports of the ship's reconstruction were increasing. The June 28, 1913 edition of Scientific American featured Niagara's amazing reconstruction. People began arriving in Erie to get an early look. The city spared no expense on the decorations, and on July 6, 1913, Erie kicked off the week-long celebration. The Perry Centennial drew crowds from all over the country. It was the largest citywide celebration that the city of Erie had ever experienced. Every building in the city was decorated for the events. There were parades, exhibits, music and dancing, and of course, the main draw was the brig Niagara. As the events of the week-long celebration began to wind down, talk of Niagara's future was on everyone's mind. At the time, there were some who argued that the reconstructed Niagara should be scrapped. after the music died down, and the celebrations came to a close, Niagara began preparing for a journey. A journey in which this ship hasn't seen in over a century. Niagara would be towed by the Wolverine. The Wolverine was the Navy's first iron-hulled warship. The ships were tied together in Presque Isle Bay, and Niagara was towed through the channel and out into Lake Erie, for the first time in almost 100 years. The Niagara would visit a group of cities along the Great Lakes, such as Milwaukee, Chicago, Sandusky, Cleveland, and Buffalo. Large crowds gathered wherever Niagara was on display. It seemed as though local dignitaries and politicians from each city all paid a visit to the historic ship. The motto, "Don't give up the ship," was never actually uttered by Perry. Nor does it have anything to do with the Battle of Lake Erie. They were the dying words of Captain James Lawrence, for whom Perry's ship, the ill-fated Lawrence, was named after. After the tour was over, the Niagara made its way back to Erie, and was situated in the West Basin, at the foot of State Street. This is where the Niagara stayed, tied up to the dock, for almost 2 decades. The ship operated as a tourist attraction along Erie's bayfront for many years before the Great Depression. The weather was beginning to take its toll on the ship, and because of financial issues, a plan to reconstruct the ship again in 1933 was put on hold. In November of 1943, after 10 years of raising money, a new hull of the ship was launched, and then towed into the West Basin, where it would wait for the construction of concrete piers. In 1945, Niagara was lifted onto its new concrete cradle at the foot of State Street. It took another 18 years for the masts and rigging to be installed, in 1963. In the mid-1980s the ship was closed to tourists, due to severe deterioration. In 1988, the ship went through another complete reconstruction. Niagara was relaunched on July 18, 1990, and is now the primary exhibit at the Erie Maritime Museum, located in the East Basin. You've been watching Raising Niagara, on Project Algerine.
The broadcaster. Let's find out more about these historic events. Tonight, on Project Algerine. It's Friday the 12th of March, 1954. A telephone begins to ring at the offices of the Erie Dispatch Herald newspaper in Erie. A single reporter is on night duty, and scrambles to the phone. The reporter is shocked to hear that local TV and radio station owner, Edward Lamb, is now the target of a large government investigation, and is publicly being accused of supporting communism. A crusade, founded on lies and ignorance. Brought on by Senator Joseph McCarthy, between the late 1940s through the mid-50s. A typist was quickly brought in, to help the reporter assemble the story. The reporter remarks that they will both most likely be fired, since the owner of the television station is also coincidentally the owner of the newspaper. To make matters worse, the Federal Communications Commission was threatening to not renew the licenses of both of Lamb's AM radio station and television stations in Erie. The reporter and the typist worked diligently through the night, as they struggled to put the pieces of the story together. A story of this magnitude has to be right. You're probably wondering, how did this happen? Well, to fully understand the details of this complex story, we need to go back to the very start. Edward Lamb was born to British-born Clarence and Mary Lamb, near Toledo, Ohio, back in 1901. He was one of 10 children growing up in a poor family. Clarence Lamb, his father, was a commercial fisherman on Lake Erie, and Mary Lamb was a housekeeper. Lamb entered Dartmouth College in 1920. He received his law degree from Western Reserve University in 1927. In 1934, Lamb successfully represented the workers of the violent Auto Light strike, which resulted in the Battle of Toledo, where 1,300 National Guardsmen fought against 10,000 workers for 5 days. The clash left 2 strikers dead and more than 200 injured. The strike is regarded by many labor historians as one of the 3 most important strikes in U.S. history. In 1946, Lamb successfully argued a landmark Supreme Court case involving labor, which created a lot of new enemies. The Supreme Court decided that workers were entitled to be paid for required preliminary duties after arriving at the places of work. A decision many corporations didn't like. In 1947, Lamb became interested in media and began buying up newspaper companies. He purchased the Erie Dispatch-Herald newspaper in Erie, Pennsylvania. Lamb quickly expands his empire and begins to buy radio stations. Over the next 2 years, he creates a small portfolio of profitable media outlets. But now, he's got his sights set on something larger. A new technology that will revolutionize the modern world as we know it. Television. Edward Lamb will be constructing the first television station in Erie. On the morning of March 15, 1949, the citizens of Erie were lining up to see the new $300,000 television station that had been constructed on State Street in just 6 weeks. The station was filled to capacity and excitement filled the air. Suddenly, an engineer in the control room flipped a switch. WICU television is on the air. At first, only a few locations around town had televisions. The bar on State Street and St. Joseph's Orphanage were early adopters. The station had many guests throughout the day. Some of the guests were introduced on TV by Edward Lamb himself. The station drew visitors of all ages. young and old alike. It may be difficult for some people to understand the attraction of a TV station today, but back then, everyone was curious how this new technology worked. And at the end of every night, the station would go dark. It didn't take long before everyone in Erie wanted a television. It didn't matter how old you were, everyone was hypnotized by the glow of a television. Sales of these magic boxes exploded. The first residential home to purchase a television in Erie was the family of Robert Nuber. Nuber was a beer delivery truck driver making $70 per week. If you wanted to buy a television, you'd better get in line. Early appliance stores, such as the Boston store, began selling televisions faster than they could keep them in stock. Imagine an entire industry seemingly developing overnight. Everything from antenna installers, to salesmen and delivery drivers, right down to the newly created trade of TV repairman. Edward Lamb's TV station would change Erie forever. But that's not the end to this story. In 1952, Edward Lamb once again expanded his media empire in Erie by purchasing the local WIKK radio station. Sales of radios at the local appliance shops increased for about a week. By that time, everyone knew the future was in television. All eyes were on Edward Lamb's WICU. It was the only station in Erie until 1954. But not everyone who was watching was entertained. We now know that good old Uncle Sam was also watching. Apparently, the sale of the radio station set off some red flags with FCC head John Deth. Deth was a huge supporter of Senator Joseph McCarthy's crusade against wealthy and influential businessmen who had been accused of supporting communists. A very costly and lengthy trial followed. After 3 years, Lamb was found innocent, and his license was finally renewed. Meanwhile, back at WICU, the employees of Channel 12 are in the middle of creating their own shows and newscasts. These locally produced shows often highlighted the unique culture and traditions of the area, which helped to foster a sense of pride and belonging among Erie's residents. Overall, locally produced television content played a vital role in bringing people together and building a sense of community in Erie. Erie broadcaster Edward Lamb died on March 23, 1987. His family continued to run the station until 1996. You've been watching The Broadcaster on Project Algerine.
Okay, ready? Let's take a look at this historic site tonight on Project Algerine. What the hell does that even mean?
Well, I'm not sure I'm comfortable saying those words. Well, you can talk to my manager. I don't care. I don't...
Let's take a look at this historic site tonight on Project Algerine. Algerine? Algerine? Alger.
I bet you're gonna offer this role to that British chap I saw in the hallway out there, huh? Huh? Yeah. Yeah, how many times that guy been called back, huh? 2, 3, maybe 2, 3 times? Yeah? Yeah?
Hi. Oh, okay. My name is Timmy. Okay. Hey, let's find out tonight on Project Tangerine. I went down and screen tested for that show, Project Algerine. And I'll be honest with you, I really wasn't prepared for the smell. Yeah, it was awful. The odor is awful. Listen, you little bastards. I want you to stay off of my fucking lawn. Do you hear me? Yeah, they told me down in casting that this role didn't really require any, nudity, so to speak.